Jules, first one in. How you doing, Jules? Logical, great to see you, Logical. Scotty's in. How is everyone today? I'm going to be quite busy today, actually. I've got quite a lot to do. But I will be popping. I'm only in the other room, but I'm really busy. So nothing I can really do about it. La, 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 la. Oh. What's been on the agenda, guys? What's been happening? Yeah, in the flat Earth arena.
If it's part of the show.
Still, the Globies can't practically demonstrate their model, like we already knew.
You don't know.
So this means their whole model is pseudoscience and imagination. That's all it means. We've owned this for 10 years, though. Get these stupid idiots that come in and try and make themselves relevant and try and make some stupid observation relevant, and they failed massively. It's a complete failure. Just got to laugh at them, right? We predicted this. What did I say? Everything carry on as normal. You know, the only person that is affected is Jaren.
Love with the yarn. Walking into refracted shards. Poor science.
Hey, good morning, FPV. Good morning, Brendan. How you doing? Yeah, I'm busy today. I've got to clean out. I've got all the stuff being delivered and stuff today. So yeah, it's clean out day. It's getting everything prepared. You know what I mean?
If it's part of the show.
66.
You don't know. You don't know. Intoxicated eight makes you believe you're spinning in space. Why you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate. How to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate. Forced to try and
I'm creeping up at 66. You're still young, Scotty. You're still young, man. You're still young. You're as young as you feel, man.
Van could never be late, and rockets don't work in space. It's all fake. The show is on Mars. It's a joke, but you're too far gone. It won't be long. Fepe's beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along.
I mean, this banjo character, he's stolen this intro. He's stolen this intro. He probably hasn't even asked Isa if you can use it. He's stolen this intro. Now he's robbing all Chezzy's music and taking his videos and what's the matter with this guy? He can't come up with his own stuff. He's just got to go around robbing other people's intros and the music and stealing Chezzy's stuff and putting his own stuff. What's the matter with this guy? I thought he was like into God, biblical. No, I'm not doing none. I'm not putting none in today. I'm not going to be here, mate. So I'm going to be sort of in and out today. I've got a lot to do, man. I'm just getting it prepared and ready. Yeah, come up with your own stuff. Come up with your own intros and outros, banjo. Don't steal it from other people. What's the matter with these people? Got so-called truthers going into jail and then giving him money. Absolutely not. Who in their right mind would give Jaren any money after what he said? After what he said after what he's done and what he said over the last month, who would go in there and give him any money? I mean, you've got to be fucking insane unless you're a Glober. Now, you would give Jaren some money if you thought he was a Glober, and you're a Glober. So that tells me everything about that. So yeah, gonna have to go through and unsub from a few people. Sure.
Ain't containing my vibe, no gates on my sky. Take it easy, take flight, we just ride. Through steam, dreaming free in the days, clean G's, living life out loud, not in silent, just free. To the wake, to the vague, got my mind in time. In my zone, all alone, I define my grind. Sheesh, cloudy room where the beats just flow. Rhyming brew in my...
Oh, Steve from somewhere, yeah, that's Steve. The Steve that nobody ever heard of. So Steve had a 4-year hiatus from Flat Earth. Then suddenly he's involved again once the TFE's. What? Where have you been for the last 4 years, Steve? Have you been organising this with Duffy? Nobody knows. Nobody knows what these characters are up to. Something nefarious. You know it's always something nefarious, right? Can't trust none of these characters. Jaren, Mellow Globe, especially Mellow Globe. You can't trust Mellow Globe as far as you can throw him. And I could probably throw him quite far, but you still couldn't trust him. Hello, Forever Love. How you doing? Can't trust a word that comes out of these guys' mouths because they ain't got a clue where they are. Think about it. Think about it. We stand on what's strong. We stand on the truth and what's right. The physics of this reality that can be demonstrated. Jaren's flip-flopping. He ain't got a clue where he is. He hasn't got a Scooby-Doo. That's crazy, isn't it? So, if you're any kind of real truther, seeking for the truth, you want to stay well away from Jarenism. Well away. Get out of there. He's not a truther, right? He's here to divert. That's all he's here to do. Get people away from the real truth. That's what Jaren's mission is now. Because, you know, anyone Flat Earth for 10 years, and before that he was a Glober, let's say. So he's gone from globe to flat and then back to globe. That's moronic for you. That is right there, haven't got a clue. Don't know where I am. You carry on with that, Jaren. You carry on with that. And the same for Mellow Globe. Hasn't got a Scooby-Doo. Ain't got a clue where he is. Really hasn't got a clue. Looking up at the sun and saying it's round. That's what Mellow Globe does. Looks up at the sun and says, yeah. The ground I'm standing on is round because of that thing that I can't get to. I can't test. Don't know if it's actually really there. And he wants to say from that observation, it's a spinning globe. When the water on your supposed kills your globe, actually, Austin, doesn't it? But you don't want to look at that, Austin, do you? You just want to look at the sun because you bought yourself a P900 that you con people out of making your little fun rates. Oh, I've earned 20 grand in fun. We don't give a shit. We don't care that you're 20-something thousand of earned. How much of that did you keep? Did you buy your P900 out of that? You bought your sun viewing equipment out of that money? Come on, Austin. You ain't fooling no one. Now, you can stay in your little echo chambers of Jaren's, but you're just talking to Globers, you moron. You might have a few stragglers in there, a few truther stragglers that are just emotionally attached to Jaren, but soon they're going to get pissed off of it and they're going to leave. So it's literally going to be Jaren talking to a bunch of Globers, which is beautiful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh God, the karma it's working at 100 at the moment. It's working. Duffy hasn't debunked anything, hasn't proven nothing. He spent all that money for an observation that no one believes. No one's really buying it. There was Chroma Gate, Mountain Gate, Shadow Gate, Clone Gate. You've got all these weird gates going on over there. Why should anyone believe a single word that comes out of your mouth, Duffy? No one should believe anything comes out of Duffy. He tells lies upon lies. Everything that comes out of Duffy's mouth is a fucking lie. It is. He was actually up in Flatsy's live telling lies about him in front of his face the other day. This is incredible. This is meant to be a pastor. Compassion and truth and love. He shows none of these things. shows none of them. This guy's insane. So yeah, get any truthers out there. You gotta listen. You've got to get away from these characters because they're out to ruin it. They're out to destroy it. They have been right from the beginning. Jaren, this has been plotted, I think, for quite a long time. Even since he started having McToon on. Yeah, I think they've been plotting since then. Because why would you give the guys with one of the biggest platforms? Why would you give someone like McToon that platform? Why? And Craig and all these idiots. One's for money because he was making money out of it, and two was to make McToon relevant, so everyone sort of listens. Nah. And I was calling that out from the beginning. So to me, it looks like these guys have been in cahoots for a long, long time. Jaren, McToon, maybe Duffy as well. Remember, Jaren wants a way out. Jaren wanted a way out. Jaren wants to make more money. He wants to earn money out of this. And Flat Earth isn't earning him enough money. So what's the best thing to do? Get the Globers on your side. Because the Globies love giving out their money, didn't they? I mean, Jaren sees this by watching Fight the Flat Earth, right? One of his best buddies. Jaren's best buddy is Fight the Flat Earth. Craigie boy that can't even do 15 press-ups. He struggles to do 10. So, yeah, these characters, guys, just stay well away from them. And, yeah, just be vigilant. Be vigilant.
In my keep where the hours are mine. Living bold, living free like a grape on the vine.
Right, back in a sec. Got stuff to do. I'm just going to let this roll today, guys.
Nobody cares that you've gone to Antarctica. Nobody cares what it is you see there. Nobody there on the 30th parallel. Nobody cares, so don't you shoot me down. Don't shoot me down. Nobody cares, but you're so full of arrogance. Nobody cares that you're full of hope. And one day they'll see that it's level and stationary. One day they'll see what moves lights in the sky. Don't shoot me down. Don't shoot me down. Don't shoot me down. The time has come for us to think reality. You attack me to protect your own sanity. Wake up, my friend, because I'm not your enemy. Open your eyes and see that deep light to me. And you too, everyone that you see, including you and me. Don't shoot me down. Don't shoot me down. Don't shoot me down. Don't shoot me down.
Just got back from Antarctica, spent 3 days in the snow to see the 24-hour sun with Glober friends I know. There's Duffy and McKeegan, there's Whitsitt and Mattoon, and all but one who claimed to us man landed on the moon. On Jern Campanella, the crypto king of truth, spent many years promoting flat earth back in my youth. But now I'm with the Globers, that's where the cash is at. So now I couldn't give a damn if Earth is round or flat. I'm the Glober's favorite fluffer since I got back from the pole. I've quit the show Globusters now that Duffy owns my soul. All I've left to sell you is our Netflix show hit piece. I've reached my flat earth crossroads, now my palms they have been greased. I've lots of things to sell you on the Jeranism site. A 15-minute consultation with me talking shite. Or dine with me in Austin and bring 12 of your best friends. Now I'm a happy Glober with the grift that never ends. I'm Jern Campanella, I'm the crypto king of truth. Spent too many years promoting flat earth back in my youth. But now I'm with the Globers, that's where the cash is at. And now I couldn't give a damn if Earth is round or flat. I'm the Glober's favorite fluffer since I got back from the pole. I've quit the show Globusters now that Duffy owns my soul. All I've left to sell you is our Netflix show hit piece. I've reached my flat earth crossroads, now my palms they have been greased. So now I couldn't give a damn if Earth is round or flat. I'm the Glober's favorite fluffer since I got back from the pole. I've quit the show Globusters now that Duffy owns my soul. All I've left to sell you is our Netflix show hit piece. I've reached my flat earth crossroads, now my palms they have been greased. La 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 la. La 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 la. All I've left to sell you is our Netflix show hit piece.
Get the fuck out of here.
Kevin, come on over here and tell them what time it is.
Okay.
Oh, that's nice, Kevin. All right, now get out of here.
I got this feeling inside, can't find no balance in my mind. I must be missing the point. I need a coffee and a joint. I got this feeling inside, can't find no balance in my mind. I must be missing the point. I need a coffee and a joint. Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. Yeah. Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. Coffee in the joint, come on, man. Yo, higher than an F-16 in Walgreens. Trying to find some eye drops at the bottom of the Listerine. Well, I'm Mr. Clean when I step on the scene. But yo, how did I get here? And what does this all mean? The last thing I remember was way back in September. Johnny had a doobie, it was groovy, full of pleasure. But I probably didn't measure the amount I should have taken. Now I'm standing on the feeling, and this feeling got me shaking. Yo, I get the bacon with my better crocker, baby. We dishing out delectables, yeah. They tasty, so yeah, it's amazing. Now come and get this slice. And if they try to take my herb, I'll say, take my wife. But Kevin, you're not married. Oh shit, it's getting scary. I'm mixing up my history, my memories are buried. And I don't have a clue what's real or imaginary. So take heed, my children, cause this story's cautionary. Yeah, I got this feeling inside. Can't find no balance in my mind. I must be missing a point. I need a coffee and a joint. I got this feeling inside. Can't find no balance in my mind. I must be missing a point. I need a coffee and a coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. What? Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. Come on now. Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. Coffee in the joint. So I was standing in the corner of the kitchen by myself, eyeing up the pot brownies on the top shelf. I'm thinking maybe just a nibble or do, but I didn't eat dinner, so I gobbled down too. Oh shit, I fucking blew it. Yo, I got to keep this conversation fluid. Yo, too high to function. I'm feeling like a clown at a funeral luncheon. I'm a goner, man, I've reached my marijuana maximum consumption. Yeah, goddamn hors d'oeuvre, threw my knife for a curve. But I could be the hero that this party deserves. So I boot and rally, sink the last cup. Turns out it was my team's cup. Fuck, I got this feeling inside. Can't find no balance in my mind. I must be missing a point. I need a coffee and a joint. I got this feeling inside. Can't find no balance in my mind. I must be missing a point. I need a coffee and a joint. Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. What? Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. All right. Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. Yo, what? Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. Yeah. Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. All right. Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. Yeah. Coffee in the joint, coffee in the joint. Coffee in the joint. Yo, that's right.
Everyone, let's do some shout outs. Chilling's in the house. Mr. Super's in the house. Great to see you. Heart Earth. Oh, Terret's in. Great to see you, Terret. Dorian's in. Ayers is in. Welcome. Welcome, guys. Oh, Jax is in. Great to see Jax.
Man, I'm terrible at smoking weed.
Jeff's in.
That's okay. I'll handle it. Thanks, you.
TV. Mind Stroker's in. See mine? On a plane.
It's like S to the U-G-A-I. Sugar Shack gonna take us way far. Yeah.
Hey, Lev. Yeah, when I went to that place yesterday, Chilling, do you know that site I gave you? What I was going to buy was sold out, so I must have thought Chili must have bought it all. so I had to buy some other stuff, which you probably can give today. But their delivery is doubled. You don't do it. That was £6.99 their delivery. It's now 14 bloody quid. 14 quid to deliver from I live 10 miles away. Really annoying. to the Highlands. Yeah. I was thinking chilling. Maybe you should look for something a bit more local. Because, yeah, that's right down in the southeast down here. So, yeah, it probably cost you even more. Get that up to you.
Misuse atomic energy. So bad. Surprise, the culture industry. So bad. Hey, who's cool?
Oh, right, let's have a look.
No driver's license, no identification. What about social security card?
I don't have one. No. My parents did establish a social security number for me, and the card said not valid unless signed. So I never signed it. And then I studied the issue, and I decided to revoke my social security number.
So in a way, you don't exist.
Yeah. And I had a birth certificate, but there was a flood and it washed away. So I don't have that either. I don't exist in the eyes of the government, but I do exist in the lives of people that know me and my Father in heaven.
Right, I'm just going to let all these play through, guys. So I'm going to be quite busy. This is what's going to happen to Jaren and Austin Mellow Globe. They're going to end up like this guy if they carry on their globe nonsense. It's quite funny the way some people are sugarcoating Jaren. Come on, guys, you've got to stop sugarcoating Jaren. Stop going that he's on some journey. No, he's been an arsehole. Let's just be real about it. He ain't on no journey. Someone that knows that amount about flat Earth, right, doesn't just look at a sun and go, it's a globe. He's up to something. He's had an agenda for a long time. Stop sugarcoating Jaren. Oh, he's on some journey of truth. No, he's not. He's a lying piece of That's what he is. And Mellow Globe, you out there, Austin. He's even worse. Jaren and Mellow Globe make a fine couple, don't they? So yeah, stop sugarcoating him, man. Stop going, oh, he's on, being all night. No, he's not being nice. He's not been nice to people. He's not been nice to the flat earthers. He's completely scolded the flat earth. So yeah, pull your head out your arses and stop sugarcoating Jaren. Tell it how it is. Right? Let's be real and let's be truthful about it. Seen too many people out there going, oh, Jaren's journey. Fuck Jaren's journey. He's been lying for at least a couple of years now, what I could see. Well, as soon as the McToon has come into his little world, right? McToon and them clowns. Yeah, I think they've been up to something. So yeah, Jones should end up like this dude.
That means, how are all you? I am very pleased to see you this afternoon.
How many languages can you speak?
I can speak altogether 3 of the space languages. One is Venusian, The second is Kruger, the planet Kruger 60b, and Pluto.
What about Plutonian? What does that sound like?
Plutonian is
How did you learn these languages?
Hey, Martin.
These languages have been a gift sent from me from the actual people by rays. And even at this moment, although you cannot see them, they are sending these rays down to help me.
By some mental process or some mechanical process?
No, it's by some mechanical process. But apart from this, I can't tell you how it's done.
What about Martian?
Oh, nice.
Martian,
Nice, Chile.
Nice. Language. Although I've heard so much about them, I've never been in contact with them.
You haven't actually been to any other planets yourself?
No, not yet.
Who drew that picture, did you?
No, a lady done this for me, of the name of Mrs. Giel.
And where do these people actually come from?
They come from the second planet from the sun Kruger, 60b.
So in addition to speaking these languages, I believe you can also write them. This is correct?
Yes, I can write these languages.
Could we see an example of their writing, do you think?
Yes, certainly.
Oh, Martin's back in the Matrix. this is Jaren in a couple of years. Thinks he can speak fluent Plutonian.
What does that mean, actually?
This here means that we are here for a purpose, which is something to do with your Earth. That we will reveal later.
I see. Could we see some Plutonian writing, do you think?
Certainly.
So the word, did you see it? The word later, right? We spell it L-A-T. In plutonium, it's just a straight line. Did you see that? It's a straight. It's a straight line. When he goes later, he just does a straight line.
Certainly. Will reveal later. Will reveal later.
Later.
Will reveal later.
I see. Could we see some Plutonian writing, do you think?
Oh dear. Yeah, oh yeah, it's fluent Jeranism. Fluent Jeranism. He's talking fluent Jeranism. Absolutely. Look. Mellow Glow, we don't care about your observations. We never have done. Okay? No one cares about your stupid observations. Right? Only Globers care about that. Right? We deal with what's on the ground here. Right? What we can test and verify here on the ground. Not looking up there. Not looking up at the timepiece above us. Mellow Globe and Jeren. But Jeren already knows this. That's why we know Jeren's up to shenanigans.
What does that mean, actually?
This means, now they have written this here, a message to you. Before long, in
hey, Derek,
1969, we are going to show you proof. Patrick, they call you. Did you mind us here?
Not at all,
Patrick.
On it now.
We have... We have watched you for a long time.
Who makes more sense than Arwen's nonsensical dark world theories? Ramblings. Does make more sense than Arwen. This guy does actually make more sense than Arwen. I actually... Yeah, there was a couple of words I understood there. 2 words.
We are interested in all your great men besides ordinary people. We are interested in everyone.
That's most encouraging, because Venus... Mr. Bernard Byron from Essex moves in a realm of the unknown which, I think you'll agree, makes it very difficult for us to disprove him. And yet he has the charm, the cheerfulness and the courage which is common to all independent thinkers, and for which I myself have the warmest admiration.
Behold the fascinating Arwen, the Dutch elf from Utrecht. a peculiar specimen of the digital wilds. Known for his chronic tardiness, Arvin begins his live streams not by the clock, but by some mystical force only he understands or ignores. Draped in his trusty, hole-ridden jumper, he performs his signature move, crunching loudly on his Illuminati croissant, as if the noise alone holds cosmic significance. When the show finally starts, Arvin dives into his dark world theories, nonsensical tales of non-local holograms and conspiracies too wild to follow. Between awkward pauses and mysterious mid-show vanishing acts, he preaches physics without textbooks and promotes his sea moss and fish oil remedies, which cure nothing but his audience's patience. The Ferret Legion strikes with precision, exposing Arvin's every flaw. Their relentless trolling leaves him flustered, spiraling into chaos and despair.
Slow. Yeah, I like to break it down because
as he bans chat.
Because I live in like a built-up area, you know. Imagine getting a delivery like that and unloading all that out in front of everybody. So I've got to do it in bits. It cost me a fortune in bloody post.
Right, convinced every comment is a troll's trap.
I missed that.
Nothing but his audience's patience. The Ferret Legion strikes with precision, exposing Arvin's every flaw. Their relentless trolling leaves him flustered, spiraling into chaos and despair. Paranoia reigns supreme as he bans chat participants left and right, convinced every comment is a troll's trap. The ever-scheming Roger and Duper, Terret, Zepp and Moxie keep him on edge, masterfully disguising themselves to fuel his confusion. He claims to be a shaman, oracle and wizard, but his magic lies only in his delusions. Exiled to a lonely corner of Rumbel after the trolls dismantled his YouTube empire, Arvin now broadcasts to an audience of none, his glow-lit face a testament to whimsical futility. Truly, Arvin is a marvel of modern laziness, a self-sized legend, and a cautionary tale of absurdity. So grab some popcorn and a drink, lay back to hear this foolish tard spew nonsensical gibberish for the next 3 hours.
That's too funny, man.
Quickly, and President Putin said that he wants to meet with me as soon as possible. So we have to wait for this, but we have to end that war. That war is a horrible. The soldiers, the number of soldiers being killed, it's a flat plane, and the bullets are going, and there's powerful bullets, powerful guns, and the only thing that's going to stop them is a human body. They go dead flat land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's a flat plane. Dead flat land.
Say it again, Donald. Say it again.
The final experiment and Jeranism's setting sun. You're probably thinking, what? What setting sun? I was told the sun didn't set in Antarctica. Well, that's what we were all told by these participants of this final experiment. But it would seem Steve has highlighted a clip here, which we're going to look at, of Jeranism discussing the sun set in Antarctica. And then we get to entertain Will Duffy on full-on damage control. So let's have a look. Okay, so let's hear what Jaren's got to say about the sun in Antarctica.
Dip down right here, it doesn't go behind that mountain, goes right above it, comes over here, gets back up high in the north, and then sets. A lot of people were saying something about this isn't...
And then he says it goes down, but it doesn't go behind the mountain, and then it starts to head north. That's what he says in the video.
No, he doesn't, Will. And just wait till you play it back. And I'm so glad this has come out, because this is going to cause absolute...
Yeah, we've got to start calling Will Wilf Duffy. Right, Wilf. Right, change the second L for an F. Wilf Duffy. That's what we're going to start calling it.
SH1T storm. I'm not lying. He said it. You haven't been able to play it back because it's not been buffered properly. He says it. The sun will dip down.
Sunset. That's what he said. Jaron said the sunset.
Goes right above it. Comes over here. Gets back up high in the north. And then
sets.
A lot of people were saying something about this.
I'm not hearing what you're hearing.
Because it's buffering, Will. Come on. Doesn't go behind that mountain. Goes right above it.
Will's not hearing it because he doesn't want to hear it. That's why he's not hearing it. You know, he thinks he's saying like sense or something, since or something, and it's obviously saying sets, Wilf. Come on, Wilf. You've been very disingenuous again, dishonest like you always are. You can't open your mouth without telling a lie, Wilf. So, this is the point it's got to now. No one believes a single word that Wilf Duffy talks about. No one cares. No more. This is what I did say. There's going to be 3 stages to this. First stage will be the conspiracy stage. The second stage will be the mockery, which we're doing right now. And the third stage is going to be silence. He's just going to become irrelevant like he was before. And we'll just carry on as normal. Oh, poor Will. All that money, all that energy, for absolutely nothing. All you did was change Jaron's mind. That was it. No one cares about Jaron and his little buddy McToon. No one cares. We can see straight through it all now.
Up high in the north.
Stuff. Cheers, Will, for that.
A lot of people were saying something. You said it sets, my friend. Let me hear it again.
He did.
Hey, Tony D.
It sets. Oops.
You might have said sin.
Let's just come back and pay particular attention to Mr. Will Duffy here, denying this adamantly.
Over here, gets back up high in the north, and then a lot of people were saying something. You said it sets, my friend. Let me hear it again.
Jim's fluent in plutonium. See that? He's written plutonium, and the meaning is David Banner was involved in the final weeks. I was over there. Actually, I just had my twin. My twin was here doing the stream, and I was over there.
Might have said.
I was vaping. I was vaping. I was getting high, drinking alcohol. That's what me and Whitsitt was doing. Me and Whitsitt was just getting smashed. In fact, me and Whitsitt took do you know that thing that disappeared into the mountain? That was me and Whitsitt. We was going for a spliff, so yeah, I was driving and it just disappeared into the mountain, and we stopped and just smoked a big bifter. We had a great time out there.
You might have said since.
I don't think so.
You might have said since.
No, I don't think so.
Well, can I just ask you, Jaron, why did you say that it says?
Jaron was on really early last night. I thought that wasn't normal times. What time?
I don't know if I was just kind of rambling off.
Oh, he was on. He was on, was he? I know he's like, he's into like, he thinks now they're sending people to Mars, that Jaron thinks he believes in Mars and the rockets are going to Mars and dropping people. This guy has just completely lost the plot. I don't know why as I said, keep telling you, why are you listening to this guy, this character? He hasn't got a clue where he is, what he's doing. He hasn't got a clue. Anyone that's jumping the fence like this, it's in complete confusion. Just like Mellow Globe. Totally confused. Doesn't want to look at the tangibles right in front of him. Because he's got a P900. Why don't you buy yourself a microscope and look at some water instead of a P900 and looking at the sun? Mellow Globe. It's because he bought that P900 and he's looked at the sun. What a moron. These are the sort of characters we can't have in this. We can't have people like Jaron in this. Can't. Fence hopping. Ain't got a clue where he is. Hasn't got a clue. Same with Mellow Globe. Get away from these characters. I mean, we already know about Wilf Duffy. We already know about McKeegan. Yeah, we've got to get rid of these characters now. Just get them out.
Jump in here, guys. People have been sending me messages.
Exactly that. Pull the plug quickly.
Yeah.
Quickly pull the plug on Jaron.
Yeah, pull the plug, Wilf. We can all see your stupid little games, Wilf. We'll see them. You ain't getting it past anyone. Right. And then you went on to fight the Flatsies, and you told complete lies about him in front of him. In front of him. Oh, you can't make this up. This is hilarious. This is the biggest clown show in Flat Earth that I've seen in all the 10 years that it's been online, and I've seen it. This is the biggest clown show at the moment ever. Duffy's involved. We've got McKeegan involved, McToon, we've got Jaron involved. The biggest clown show. So yeah, if you come across these guys, run for the hills, man. Especially this character here that thinks he's all knowing and doesn't know fucking a shitty thing, anything. He doesn't know anything. Because if he did, he wouldn't be flip-flopping around, would he? So yeah, stay away from these characters. He's not making any... You've got to remove yourself from them.
Sense. Let's just come back a smidge. And again, watch Jaron, watch Dave McKeegan, and watch Will Duffy's faces here.
Well, can I just ask you, Jaron, why did he play it back? Because it's not been buffered properly. He says it. The sun will dip down right here. It doesn't go behind that mountain. It goes right above it. Comes over here. Gets back up high in the north. And then, since a lot of people were saying something about this,
I'm not hearing what you're hearing.
Because it's buffering, Will, come on. Doesn't go behind that mountain. Goes right above it. Comes over here. Gets back up high in the north. And then, since a lot of people were saying something. You said it sets, my friend.
Let me hear it again.
He did. He did say it sets. Oops.
You might have said sin.
Let's just come back and pay particular attention to Mr.
Listen
Will Duffy.
to Duffy trying to make out he said sent instead of set. Such a liar. Every word that comes out of this fake pastor's grinning little mouth is a lie. He thinks it's okay to lie in certain situations. He thinks it's okay. This is one of those situations that he thinks it's okay to lie. To keep everyone, in the dark about the real this place, right? The real place, not their made up helio fucking model. So he's just out here to keep everyone in the dark. That's all Will's do.
Yeah, denying this.
Sent. He said set.
Adamantly.
Comes over here, gets back up high in the north, and then sets. A lot of people were saying something. You said it sets, my friend.
Let me hear it again.
He did. He did say it sets. Oops.
You might have said sin.
Let's just come back and pay particular attention to Mr. Will Duffy here, denying this adamantly.
Over here, gets back up high in the north.
Oh, he clearly says sets, Derek. He clearly says sets. He says, why would you say, yeah, it comes around there, goes over there, goes up high in the north and then sent? What? Sent? It doesn't. Yeah, it goes around there, goes around there, goes up in the north and then sets. That's what he said. That's exactly what he said.
Sets. A lot of people were saying something. You said it sets, my friend.
Let me hear it again. Because you might have said since.
I don't think so.
You might have said since.
No, I don't think
What a moron.
Well, can I just ask you, Jared, why did you say that it sets? I don't know. That's what I said. I'd have to listen to it. I don't know if I was just kind of rambling off there.
I'm going to jump in here, guys. People have been sending me messages.
What a clown. What a clown.
Exactly that. Pull the plug quickly. Quickly pull the plug on Jaron because he's not making any sense. Let's just come back a smidge.
Jaron's completely confused. Utterly.
And again, watch Jaron, watch Dave
Ultimate
McKeegan,
confusion. That's what Jaron's
and
going
watch
through.
Will Duffy's faces here.
Well, can I just ask you, Jaron, why did you say that it sets? I don't know. That's what I said. I'd have to listen to it. I don't know if I was just kind of rambling off there.
I'm going to jump in here, guys. People have been sending me messages. Jaron said, since a lot of people are saying this wasn't near Union Glacier, he said since, not sets.
I don't think so.
Jaron said, since a lot of people are saying this wasn't near Union Glacier, he said since, not sets.
Doesn't go behind that mountain. goes right above it, comes over here, gets back up high in the north, and then since a lot of people were saying.
So that was embarrassing. As if the faces of Dave McKeegan, Jaron and Will Duffy weren't bad enough, we've had Jaron here highlight that the sun set in Antarctica, and of course we've had the Final Experiment fundraiser organiser Will Duffy here blatantly lie in front of us on screen here in a vain attempt to defend what Jaron had said. Will, he said the sun set. That's a major problem for your Final Experiment and the footage you've shown us, which shows a circling sun. We've got a bit of a problem here, chaps, haven't we? Dear oh dear.
Hey, what's up, YouTube? How's everybody doing? You know, how long are you people gonna sit back and take this shit? You know, I've always been a nonconformist and a skeptic and a direct realist. If I don't feel it to be true, I don't buy it. You know, truth has been hijacked. We don't really know what is truth. You know, it's an inner knowing. And you may believe Jesus is truth, or the globe is truth. Truth is subjective and objective. Water will always seek its level, from the micro to the macro. A pressure cannot exist beside a vacuum. You know, they can't debunk that. They can't debunk those objective truths. Self-truths are subjective. We're all dazed and confused. Been dazed and confused since birth. Indoctrinated in the education system, in the media, politics, religion is the number one. They want you to believe that Jesus is the only way, the truth, and the light. Well, no, you are the only way, the truth, and the light. Can't be acquiescent all your life. Can't just accept the bullshit without protest. You have to speak up. Speak out against this criminal, corrupt system and all the propaganda that's being promoted through even the flat earth community. We have new characters popping up on the scene daily, it seems. You can't remain acquiescent. You can't be content in discontent. You have to take action. Be an individual. We need a whole group of individuals. We don't need a community. We don't need these hug fests and these conferences. We just need people to be real and honest with themselves, intellectually honest with themselves, and that's the only way this is going to progress. You know, it's just it's muddy waters. It's not easy to jump off the bandwagon, but once you do, that's when life really begins. You know, because people lust over other people's lives and over other people and what other people have. You know, they all try to sell you something. I've made some changes in my life recently. You know, I'm not here to push my beliefs onto you. Believing in myself and knowing myself is what I strive for, and to be honest with you guys and myself. You can't just sit by and wait for shit to happen. You have to get active in some way. You know, we have this platform, use it. Make a video. There's been a lot of good channels popping up, a lot of good exposing videos, a lot of charlatans. So,
I love a lot of charlatans.
Be careful what you wish for. You know, we're in the first stage of discovering this
just found a couple of charlatans, haven't we? In this, Jaren and Mellow Globe. There's a couple right there. So we just keep outing them, right? We just keep getting them out.
real reality.
Get your ass over to the Globe side, Jaren. That's where you want to be.
We can't have any.
No. But that's Jaren's wants more money. He wants more. He wants the Glober support. He wants the Truther support. That's what he wants. He wants to get money from both of you. Because that's why he's in that grey area of geocentric nonsense. So, yeah. I'm just telling everyone, just be aware of Jaren and what he's up to. He's, any truthers. He just wants you in there for your money. That's it. That's it. That's why, get all the truthers out of there. So, all he's talking to then, in the end, is Globers. Which, that is perfect karma. Because that's what you're going to get, Jaren. You might have a couple of your little emotionally attached morons there, but the real truthers, they're going to be gone from you, Jaren. They already have done, right? They already have done. So I would say 90% of his audience are Globers, Jaren. So if you're a Glober, get yourself over to Jaren and McKeegan and McToon and all those clowns in there.
It's propagated until we get full exploration. That's a fact. Otherwise you're in that same camp or group that the Globe cult has lured us into for many generations. So, if you want to buy into all
the final experiment, rise in the earth.
Oh no!
You serious?
Well, that's definitely shite.
I don't feel any emotion. I don't feel any spin. What I see above supports what I think I'm standing on. And it in no way any visual proves this reality, but it's good evidence. I've talked about this in a lot of my other videos, how the luminaries aren't quite what they say they are. And if you have the ability to use your own senses, you'll see that. You'll see the contradictions. Anyway, I'm doing all right. Things are going pretty good. And I just want to, get the message out to people to stop being acquiescent or passive. Like, don't agree if you're discontent. Protest. And a good way to protest is get your voice out there like I'm doing, and many others. I highly encourage you to use this platform to our benefit. Don't just be a follower. Be a doer. Anyway, peace. Take care, people. See you soon.
Un día bien, un puma negro, el calor va desgarrando el suelo. A 150 van rebasando el ritmo del deseo. A su lado va un Prometeo en un pacto fino en México. Y lo que te encuentras en pedacitos, todo el conspirar. Muerto Después del fin, respiro urgente. Una luz blanca por todo el desierto. Pregunto, ¿tienes fuego? Caroline le dice desgarrando su pensar. Corto mil ojos de plata y sal. Alterando el tacto. Suerte vil evaporándose. Oh, cosa rara hoy.
We're out of favor, a danger to ourselves. It's not amphetamine, it's something else. My body's smeared in bloody red. She said she loved me, but I don't trust her yet. I'm not quite lucid, I'm far from clean. I'm plummeting slowly, doused in dopamine. The walls are thin, my nerves are shot. I'm vulnerable and I know it. Is that door locked?
I'm not putting up no links today, Hart. I'm busy today, mate. I'm just popping in and out. I'm actually in the other room. I'm trying to sort something out. So I'm just popping in and out. I'm just making a roll up right now. So I'll do all that Thursday. I'll do that Thursday, Saturday, dude.
Hey guys, how y'all doing? Yeah, most people, today's society, believe they're living on a globular Earth based on something that they were taught or told or seen on TV. Well, there's clearly a difference between the visual realm and the tangible reality, three-dimensional geometric reality we all experience. And it's undeniably flat and level. And no matter how many ways they try and, mathematically spin it with numbers and equations, prove that we live on a spinning ball, whether it's like trigonometry, like I talked about, mentioned
These are the only ones I'm doing today. Serious, man. The only ones I'm doing today. Can't be fucking about. Stuff to do. Hey, Dr. E, what's up?
Just getting set up for an intro, but there's one hanging around. Oh, he's up there. Actually,
I've seen it. We've seen this, man, about little else.
straight away before I even done anything. Hold on. I can just up. Oh, he's gone. Going. Oh, can't really see him now. Okay, well he's acting a bit strange. So I'll just go up there. I'll do an intro in a bit. Just about to do an intro here, but he actually is up there. So I thought I'd lost him, but he's right. Shouldn't really be chasing him anyway. Sort of over there. Let's see what he's doing.
Where's this one?
I can just up. Oh, he's gone. Going. I can just up. Oh, he's gone. Going. I can just up. Oh, he's gone. Going.
We've seen it already before.
One of my videos about angular size and how it's impossible to have a straight line anywhere on the ball or to even triangulate on a ball.
It was invented originally, I believe, for celestial navigation.
Mathematics is language, a form of science that's been deceiving humanity for hundreds of years, people. This flat Earth community or whatever you call it, I don't really know how to describe it because
I think I played that video a couple of years ago, actually. Quite a long time ago, right, guys? We looked at that video.
There's been so much, false information and debating and arguing, egos and drama. There's only a few platforms on here that really try to empower the individual. And from what I can see, there's only a handful. There's a short supply of channels that, don't get involved in what the mainstream flat Earth, whatever community is doing, whether it's in conferences or debates or
Going to Antarctica, rising retards,
whatever. They're just parroting what other people are saying. They're just, in a sense, behaving like, believers, folktards.
Does looking up at the sky at a two-dimensional sun define the three-dimensional space and land you stand on? Think about
You
that.
listening, Austin? Mellow Globe, you listening? Listen and learn.
You stand on?
Mellow Globe, listen and learn.
In a sense, behaving like, believers, folktards.
Does looking up at the sky at a two-dimensional sun define the three-dimensional space and land you stand on?
Believers, folktards.
Does looking up at the sky at a two-dimensional sun define the three-dimensional space and land you stand on? Does looking up at the sky at a two-dimensional sun define the three-dimensional space and land you stand on? Think about that.
I personally don't have the answers to where we are or what this place really is. I'm seeking my objective in all this is to understand the reasons why I believed certain things and the process and the reasons we all are led to believe that we live on a spinning globular Earth. And for me, I had to go out and do my own observations. I travel thousands of miles a month for the largest bodies of water in the world, and there's no deviation anywhere. I'm out in the real world and experiencing and sharing my experiences with you guys.
And what I experience is a stationary plane.
If you take
Hey, good morning, Hasdick. That is not Austin. Mellow Globe, that isn't Mellow. That isn't Austin. That's not you, Austin. Come on. Who's Mellow Globe? Come on. That is not Austin. So yeah, just if that is you, Austin Mellow Globe, just listen, bro. Learn. You need to learn. You're pretty close-minded, bro.
Yeah. They crush the globe. There's no magical point where water can change properties and conform to the exterior of any surface. Reality is crushing the globe. The only way that this is going to progress is with truth and integrity.
What these retarded rising earthers fail to comprehend is that constant motion in any direction, up, down, sideways, at a constant speed, is the same sensation as what? Dumbasses. Being stationary. How do you get displacement with that kind of motion? Constant motion.
I like the name though. Mellow Globe.
So therefore, rising Earth tards.
Another fantastic
if we're rising at a constant speed.
Mellow Globe.
The motion is not the cause of the displacement because the same effect as constant motion is stationary. No displacement and zero displacement caused by constant motion, idiots. Not to mention the imaginary woo-woo reference frame you need to make this all rising Earth nonsense exist in. Right? They don't want to talk about that. Or just focus on
pure comedy purposes only.
Earth moot point.
Yeah. That is not Austin. That's not Austin. I think that's someone just heard me say it and made up an account because it is quite funny. Mellow Globe. You should go into all the places with that with this Mellow Globe.
All these tokens are for.
Should I give Mellow Globe a wrench? Should I wrench up Mellow Globe? I'm going to wrench Mellow Globe up so he doesn't get attacked. Globe. There you go, Mellow Globe. You're safe. You're safe for a little while.
Against the buy one get one burger free token. I think I can smell shite. Yes, I can definitely smell shite.
And that moot point being constant motion has the same effect on liquids and gases and,
are you behind or not?
Physical objects as what? Rising Earth retards. As what? Tell me, say it. As being stationary. I have proven and shown with practical, testable, repeatable, real-life experiments that density and buoyancy and weights do not disappear magically in free fall. Rising Earth was destroyed by myself and other channels like Brian's Logic. Pathetic lads. rhetoric and false equivalencies.
I think that's
I didn't see that.
just as important.
Yes, I can definitely smell shite.
And that moot point being constant motion has the same effect on liquids and gases and physical objects as what? Rising Earth retards. As what? Tell me, say it. As being stationary. You know, I have proven and shown with practical, testable, repeatable, real-life experiments that density and buoyancy and weights do not disappear magically in free fall. Rising Earth was destroyed by myself and other channels like Brian's Logic. You know, pathetic lads. Rhetoric and false equivalencies.
I think that's just as important. Talking about those aspects, the trivium and you know, planar,
good stuff, Ed.
planar geometry. Our society is built upon that. You can't build a level foundation on a curved surface, people, at any level. And according to the geometry of a ball, you know, every direction has to curve away. You know, positioning of the horizon, rising with the eye level, which is impossible, geometrically impossible on the ball. So anyway.
Terra, why are you not?
It's my rant. Time to hit the sack. Be back. Peace.
Shout out to Heart Earth. This one's from Heart Earth. Quite interesting building this. Quite interesting building. It's literally is made out of thousands and hundreds of thousands of little red bricks. I got you, Terry. I got you already, mate. And the streets used to be made of red bricks. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? That is interesting.
It seems like they knew that the sun wasn't going to set in an Arctic Circle. Marking the area within which the sun does not set when on the Tropic of Capricorn. And how old is this book?
Stop aging so fast because
TFE achieved everything. The only thing it really achieved, Debatable D, is getting rid of Jaren from the flat Earth. He's perfect. That's all it's achieved. It hasn't debunked anything. It hasn't proven anything. The only thing it's done is put confusion into Jaren and Austin. Mellow Globe. That's it. They just confused the hell out of them two. Everyone else is still okay. It's just those two. And a couple of their emotionally attached moronic fans. That's it.
A bunch of crocs. You die of dis-ease. You die of oxidative stress. You die of heart failure. You die of kidney failure. You die of pancreas obstructions. You die of obstructive prolapse colons and bowel wall. We die of dis-ease because our energy is not flowing properly, meaning your aging process is a dis-ease. So literally aging, y'all can look this up. You can look up the government articles and everything if you don't believe me. Aging is a dis-ease, family. And that's how you know that time is really an illusion. And when you buy into that illusion, the biology of belief. I look up Dr. Bruce Lipton. He talk about this all the time. He have a book called The Biology of Belief. And he showed scientific proof and evidence that if you believe something, it will actually change your genes and it'll change the way that your cells interact with the environment. So if you believe that you get older every year, you're going to start showing that and manifesting that in the physical plane, y'all.
If you believe aging is inevitable, your body will follow that script. But when you trust in vitality and embrace a youthful mindset, you transcend the limits of time.
מדפסת תעשייתית שפיתחנו, שמיועדת להחליף משחטה. לשאלתך לפני כן, פה אנחנו טוענים את המדפסת הזו בתאי גזע, שאנחנו יודעים למעל לשריר ולשומן, והיא יודעת להדפיס טונות ביום. טונות? טונות של בשר מתורבת ביום. זה רק לשם ההמחשה, אתה תוכל לבחור את הסטייק שלך, והמדפסת תתחיל לשחרר סטייקים בקצב תעשייתי. סירליון, אני לא יודע אם אתה אוהב יותר שומן או פחות שומן. באמצע, view order, slide to print, ופה בעצם המדפסת מתחילה לייצר סטייקים. סטייקים, הייחודיות פה היא שתאי הגזע נשארים חיים אחרי שהם מודפסים. סטייק יהיה מוכן בסביב הדקה. דקה? דקה. השלב פה הוא שווה ערך לשלב שבו הפרה נולדת בעצם. הפרה לוקח שנתיים עד שהיא נשחטת, היא מזהמת את העולם בתהליך. פה זה תהליך שהוא הרבה יותר קצר.
בלי שטח, בלי מים ובלי
בלי
תואר.
שטח, בלי מים, בלי חתימה פחמנית.
בלי פלטות,
בלי פלטות ובלי כלום.
איפה הסטייק?
הסטייק עכשיו מודפס.
Listen to the bullshit that they're trying to say because this is a good thing because...
השלב פה הוא שווה ערך לשלב שבו הפרה נולדת בעצם. הפרה לוקח שנתיים עד שהיא נשחטת, היא מזהמת את העולם בתהליך. פה זה תהליך שהוא הרבה יותר קצר.
bלי שטח, make this process no land, no water, no carbon footprint, no emissions. Oh yeah, so let's fucking make meat in the lab, feed it to everybody, and push all this nonsense and global warming, and it's just one big shit show, isn't it? Now we got these clowns out here literally making meat in a lab, and it takes a minute to make. 1 minute.
בלי פלטות, בלי פלטות ובלי כלום.
Where's the steak? The steak is now printed.
הסטייק עכשיו מודפס, ועכשיו אנחנו נעבור
This is future McDonald's.
כן, כן, זה המקדונלדס, זו הקצבייה.
Oh my god. This is the future for McDonald's. Oh no. Oh, we've got to put with the humans. You've got to stand up. Generations, you've got to stand up to all this. This is what's coming in the future. Literally meat made in front of you in McDonald's. It takes a minute to make. Literally prints it out. Disgusting. Abomination. Absolutely disgraceful. Never catch me eating that shit.
Fast food.
וההפתעה פה בעצם אנחנו משיקים היום גם את המדפסת הזו שהיא סמי תעשייתית, ובואו נעבור למדפסת השנייה שזה השקה העולמית שלנו שמדפיסה דג. פה זו מדפסת שמדפיסה מוצר שהוא מוכן לטיגון, מה שנקרא ready to cook, מכיל תאים אמיתיים. אנחנו מדפיסים בו בעצם פילה לוקוס. אין עוד חברה שיודעת לעשות דבר כזה.
Hey maneuver, welcome in, welcome in.
כ3 דקות להדפסה. לוקוס עם טקסטורה מורכבת. עכשיו נסגור אותה ונראה לכם כבר את זה מוכן. תן לה להדפיס. ככה זה נראה. ואנחנו נטעם את זה עוד רגע. פילה לוקוס.
Mellow globe.
שהודפס מבלי...
Yes, yes, Mellow Globe. You won the argument. You did definitely win. If the real Mellow Globes out there, oh gosh. if he's out there removing your comments and oh for sure, yeah. All good, all good.
פעם ראשונה בעולם שדבר כזה קורה.
אני אומר ככה, עכשיו מה,
טוב,
אפשר להמשיך.
Yeah, really. Come on, man. You can see why people get pissed off with this, with these people, right? You can see why people get pissed off with these people. Because they're inventing shit like this. Disgusting people, man. Disgusting.
Every cell in your body has eyes. Every cell in your body has eyes that not only see the light, but respond to it accordingly.
Hey, Nemo,
and
welcome.
That's going on throughout your whole body. We know scientifically now is that about a third of the calories,
I don't know what the
or a third of the energy that our body produces has to do with the food we eat.
Okay. We make this process much shorter. No land, no water, no carbon footprint, no emissions. Where's the steak? The steak is now being printed. This is the future for McDonald's. Yes, this is the butcher and the slaughterhouse in the future. Fast food. This is actual fast food. And the surprise that we are launching this semi-industrial printer today. Let's move on to our second printer that prints fish. Prints a fish. This is crazy.
זו מדפסת שמדפיסה מוצר
מה
שנקרא ready to cook. מכיל תאים אמיתיים.
Contains real cells.
בעצם פילה לוקוס.
Group of filet. There is no other company that does this. Contains real fish shells, about 3 minutes to print.
לוקוס עם טקסטורה מורכבת.
A group with... Oh, that's a fish, right? Yeah, prepared fish. This is how it all works. How it looks. You will also be able to taste it in a moment. So yeah, there was a huge cut there, right? So he pulled it out. Then there's a cut. So he pulls this disgusting fake-ass fish meat out of this disgusting machine. This literally a satanic machine. So he pulls it out, the fish. Then there's a cut. It pulls the fish out, cut. Yeah, as if that's the same fish that this dude's eating. Right there, as if it is. Come on. Pulls a group of filet that is printed without using the fish itself. There you go. Yeah, you didn't just switch that for a bit of cod, did you? Come on, man. As if you're feeding this dude that printed fish. Get out of here. Disgusting people, man. Disgusting people. Anyone that's inventing stuff like that should be up against the wall and shot. Because that is disgusting. Printing out. Oh my God, food is... Can you imagine the future? Imagine the future for the children. They've got to put up with all these fucking twats' inventions. Disgusting people, man. Line them up and shoot every fucking one of them.
Every cell in your body has eyes. Every cell in your body has eyes that not only see the light, but respond to it accordingly. And that's going on throughout your whole body.
Graham, what's
we
up?
know scientifically now is that about a third of the calories,
great to see you guys,
or a third of the energy that our body produces has to do with the food we eat. 2/3 comes directly from light. In the late 1800s and early 1900s, if you went to Switzerland, they would have people laying out naked on top of the highest mountains to get as much light as possible to heal all kinds of awful conditions, tuberculosis, all kinds of amazing conditions having to do with light. Every physiological function is light dependent, that we cannot live without light. And most of the energy our body creates is from light. So one thing is, get outside every day.
I had to figure out how much charge the body takes in when you touch the earth. What happens is the body saturates with electrons practically instantaneously. It's so fast that you can't measure it. So electrons from the earth enter the body right away, and they coat the red blood cells so that the cells repel each other. And then they can't clump, and the blood viscosity goes down. It's easier for the heart to pump the blood pressure goes down, all kinds of cardiovascular issues, they go away.
What's up, everybody? I figure with this one, you're either really going to like it or you're going to get mad and unsub within the first couple minutes. But that's what it takes sometime to keep the comment section gene pool purged and the bloodline pure. That's a joke. Calm down, Justice Superhero. I've kind of shown the inner workings of how these online groupthink experiments go. But people take this one very personally because it's the holy grail of stolen history. And you know, if you've seen these videos and you think, well, there must be something to it, I can't blame you. If thousands of people are making hundreds of thousands of videos about the same thing, there's got to be something there, right? Well, I want to thank Myth Vision Podcast for introducing me to Bandolini's Law here. I know some of you guys saw that video yesterday. The amount of energy needed to refute BS is an order of magnitude bigger than needed to produce it. Truer words have never been spoken. So I'm not going to try to prove or disprove anything. I'm just going to tell you guys what I saw because I watched the whole thing from the beginning and a lot of you guys did too. And there were two left field ideas that I couldn't believe became centerpieces of this topic. One is the incubators. Most people don't realize what a sad, depressing world pretty much all of humanity has grown up in up until 100 years ago, where most people lost 3 or 4 siblings by the time they were mature. That is devastational to the human psyche. And the other topic is the orphan trains. I've seen 1,000 videos out there on this subject, and I've never seen one person actually look into it and even attempt to study what was going on at that time period to bring that about. So let's do a brief history.
Yeah, I know, but he's talking
subjects.
He's talking about the Tartaria thing. It's not about
how I watched all of this unfold from my perspective. I'm not doing this to be mean or burst anybody's bubble, but I think this is important to understand because I see the same procedures over and over with every online groupthink investigation. This is how I watch things unfold, and unfortunately, I was throwing fuel on the fire as well because I was bringing actual historical events to this instead of just looking at photographs and help.
The way I germinate my seeds, I get a couple of bits of tissue, get like a little plastic. You know, like the when you get a curry, they give you that little box of rice, one of those plastic little containers. Use one of those. Put some. This is the way I do it. I put some tissue at the bottom, a couple of seeds on top, bit of tissue on top, and some water. Close the top. Put it in a dark place for 3 days. Come back if it's dried out. Add a bit more water, and the next day they'd be germinated. They'd be popping. Works every single time for me. Other people use kits and stuff, and these little round little things. But in they want to grow, right? So that's the way I do it. I don't use any sort of special earth or anything.
Helping to legitimize things. It's kind of hard to imagine now, but 6 years ago, nobody really knew anything about these past catastrophes. Now I even see History Channel doing videos on it, which I knew they would. I knew they were going to follow what we were doing. But I knew a lot about history. I knew there were gaps in there that didn't make sense. And as soon as I threw in the catastrophic equation, then it made sense.
Tartaria, the Roman Empire under a different name.
I'd seen
Interesting. TV.
Couple mud flood videos, and I knew about the 1812 Madrid quakes and all kinds of weird stuff that went on at that time. So I sent it to a couple of these creators, not going to get into how they twisted it, but now we had a legit reason for all of these buried cities and structures all around the world. So then all kinds of people started bringing different puzzle pieces to the table, like the Magdalene Day flood, which actually happened during the 14th century catastrophes that I've talked about, and then the 1666.
I always leave the water you're going to use, leave it out for 24 hours. If it's from the tap, just leave it out for 24 hours and let all the chlorine or whatever the bloody stuff they put in there in the UK evaporates out the water after 24 hours. Yeah, so that's what I let the water stand. Make sure it's kind of room temperature water, not freezing cold, and that's it. What I do. Don't over soak them. Just put enough in there. Just
Great Fire of London. And the attitude was,
put them in a dark, warm place. That's it.
I've never heard of
germination
this.
every
So
time.
this is hidden history. They've covered this up from us. I mean, come on, 1666. And with every new disaster that people learn about, we're entering a new timeline.
Oh,
And
do they?
sorry, but no, this information was there for anybody who
Just
bothered.
do that then, Chile. Just do that. Just keep to the traditional way of doing it. I mean, if it works every time, it works, right? Oh, is this London? It's London, right? Look at the state of London. Look at it. But wait to burn this place down.
To go look it up. And just because you learn something new, that doesn't change all of world history. But that's exactly what happened, and it didn't take a week.
Hey, good morning,
All
Tommy.
history is
Good morning.
And we've got the Magdalene
Good morning,
flood,
Charlie.
1342, the Great London
How
Fire,
you doing, Tommy? Hope you're well.
1666, the Great Chicago Fire, 1871, the Madrid quakes, 1812, the San Francisco quake, 1906. So it's all the same event, and now all history is fake. Well, you do realize that you're using historical accounts to establish the fact that all history is fake, right? Of course not. And nobody ever fact-checked anything that anybody said. If you came online and said it and somebody liked it, then it was the truth. Somebody comes on and says there's no construction photos of the 1893 World's Fair, so it's an ancient leftover building from the Tatrians that nobody knows what happened to. Nobody knows what language they spoke. No fairy tales, no nothing. The very day that rumor started, I sent the person who started it these photos, which were promptly ignored. Then finally,
did he send them to Martin Leitke? I don't know. He might have done.
a couple months later, somebody comes on and says, okay, well, these photos exist, but it's all Photoshop. Okay, so now we're playing that game. If there's a historical account of disasters happening, then that's true. But all other history is fake. If there's construction photos of the World's Fair being built, then those are fake. But we can't apply that the other way around and say, well, how do we know the finished product was real? Because that could have been Photoshop too. And by the way, there was never any evidence to back up the Photoshop claim. It was just claimed, and therefore it's true. It was claimed that these are magnificent ancient stone monuments from a lost ancient civilization, and people came to this World's Fair from all around the world, and they couldn't realize that this was actually an ancient building and not brand new, because people were just that dumb 130 years ago. But when this stone monument burns down, well, now we're just not even going to talk about
What do you mean,
that.
Scotty?
These buildings were just wood, steel, and stucco, and I'm sorry to anybody that's been fooled by this, but I'm not the one that ignored the shat ton of evidence.
You talk about germination, Scotty. You talk about germinations. If an easier way pops up to do it, learn that. I would learn that way. There must be a way. There must be someone showing you how to do it.
And lied to everybody. This is the entrance to one of them being built. I can't remember if this is the 1893, but here's the finished product. And you see the big, huge angel wings that are molded into the arch itself.
Yo, Tony
That's
D,
literally
how you doing?
impossible out of stone, unless they brought in a 70-foot tall solid chunk and carved it right there in place.
Hey,
You're
Alan,
not
welcome in.
transporting that. Not because of the size, because...
Oh, Alan, was that you on Flatsies was it last night? Was that you on there? See someone called Alan. And I was wondering, I wonder if that's Alan.
The wings would break off. And it's a little curious that every quote researcher missed all of this that was around the World's Fair. Ode to Spain, ode to Germany, ode to the ostriches. And even right now watching this video, people will ignore everything that I'm showing here and insist that those magnificent buildings were long-lost ancient architecture because it's easier to fool somebody than convince them they've been fooled.
Oh,
And that's
great.
exactly
Great to
what
put a
people are
face
saying
to the
about
name,
me
Adam.
right now, but I'm not the one ignoring 90% of the evidence out there. Like all the writing on this quote stone facade being in English and having the name California right there at the top. But you know what I learned from all of this is people are going to believe whatever they want to believe, and then there's no amount of evidence you can show them to convince them otherwise. And look, I'm not saying that past catastrophes haven't happened. They 100% have. Half of the ancient world is buried. But it's what people have done with the evidence on hand that has created this online fantasy world. They've taken photos like this and said, see, there's a long lost ancient city underneath of modern Paris. Well, it turns out there is an ancient Roman city underneath modern Paris. It's called Lutetia. And had anybody bothered to research this, they would have found that out. But no, they stuck with photographs. They took pictures like this and said, see, long lost ancient city. Well, what were they trying to build here? Who builds that sloppily? Those columns aren't even the same height. The little openings you see, the quote unquote windows aren't the same height. And this just comes from people's lack of knowledge.
Come on, static. You got to be fair, man. Look, all the dirt that was covered in. It's all been removed. Come on, man. You got to be fair. You're not going to get any detail out of that or any precision after sort of hundreds or whatever thousands of years being buried.
What were they trying to build here? Who builds that sloppily? Those columns aren't even the same height. The little openings you see, the quote unquote windows aren't the same height. And this just comes from people's lack of knowledge. This is literally done all the time. Any major city in America, I guarantee you there's 50 of these scattered around the city.
Hey, welcome in, Jim.
This is just shoring. They are about to excavate one side or the other of these pylons. You drill holes down, you pour concrete, and then you can excavate one side of it without the other stuff falling in on top of you. Had anybody bothered to actually look into this, they would have found out that they were just digging out for the Paris subway here. And really, this all just goes to show that random facts from random people does not equal a greater truth. It just means people have isolated different examples and it completely ignored the context of which they are sitting in, used it as evidence to form their bigger theory. So that makes more the aspect of things. Now let's talk about Tatari.
We're talking about this static
I'll just
dude.
tell you, as soon as one video,
I don't really watch him a lot, to be honest with you. This dude, every now and then he might come out. I think,
oh, what's Tataria? And it got hundreds of thousands of clicks. Then everything became Tataria.
Yeah.
In a matter of days.
And I pointed this out, guys. When did I point this out? I'll be moaning about the Tartarian thing for quite a while, wouldn't I? You know, telling everybody everything's Tartarian, and it's obviously not.
From what is Tataria to Tatarians built all of the ancient stone structures all around the world without the slightest bit of evidence or investigational integrity. Apparently, none of these YouTube historians had ever even heard of the Tartars or had the slightest inclination that that's how place names are Latinized. You put an IA on the end of it, and it basically means land of. You got Macedonia, Albania, Bulgaria, Serbia, Romania, which literally means land of the Romans, because that's where they moved to after the Western collapse, and they still consider themselves Romans to this day. So Tataria just means land of the Tartars. Grand Tataria just means it's a really big land. Grand simply means large. It has nothing to do with extravagant or luxurious. It's just large. So look, if you were to ask me right now, where can I go in the world and find nomadic tribes that have been living the exact same way for thousands of years? I would say the Eurasian steppe, Siberia, Tataria. This is pretty much the only place on Earth that's so remote that no government has taken control of it, so people can still live this way. But it was really amazing to watch how, with no evidence whatsoever other than someone just saying this, the Tatarians from over in this section of the world became the master stone builders that were worldwide. Here's a map of all of the great cathedrals in Europe, thousands of miles away from Tartaria. But somehow the Tartarians managed to come over here, build everything, and disappear without a trace, without leaving
thousands of miles that way. Look at Italy. Italy, look how many cathedrals Italy's got. That's ridiculous. It's like four. That's come on, Italy. That's kind of crazy. Especially like thousands of miles that way towards like modern day Russia is where the Tartarians are from. They got all the way to Ireland. They got all the way from thousands of miles with no transport all the way over to Ireland. Built all these cathedrals. Tartarian Cathedral up in Scotland, look. Damn, even up here, look. To Spain. They loved the Tartarians. They loved Italy. No, they come from thousands of miles, travelled away and just stayed in Italy. Look, they're there all the time building cathedrals.
Any tools behind, and without anyone remembering it. Plus, no one has ever found any significant architecture in this part of the world. But then people just started
Martin,
saying,
welcome.
well, the whole world was Tartaria. And I still remember who it was that introduced the idea of Tartaria in North America. And it was because of an old map that if I felt like spending an hour to find it, I could, that referenced the Tartarians coming over the Bering Strait land bridge. That's because when the map was made in the 1700s, they recognized the similarities between the Tartarians here and Native Americans. Had anyone put the slightest bit of effort into actually understanding this, they would look at the flag of Tartary and the flag of China and say, they both got dragons, they're both yellow, so they're probably closely related. And sure enough, the Tartars are Asiatic people and quite feared by our ancestors. They call them the Tartars after Tartarus, the Greek equivalent of hell, because when these people came and raided you, it was like going to hell. People would find various mentions of Tartaria in books, like this fictional book from 1690, I think, and say, well, see, Tartary's real, so all this stuff online must be true. And sorry, but the whole foundation of this subject was built off of ignorance, which just means a lack of knowledge, and unfortunately through people who were willing to lie about this to get the clicks. And, you know, that was only a handful of people that were willing to lie or just omit contradictory evidence. But then the seed was planted, and then people truly believed this was what was going on because of what had been put out there. Like me, when I thought people were actually interested in history and trying to find the truth. But after a couple of interactions with these people, I realized that's not the case. They're going to ignore anything that doesn't go along with this because it's getting a lot of clicks. This is nothing new. It's just like the Cardiff Giant in the 1800s. Everyone in America knew about these giant burial mounds all across the country, and they believed this must be the Nephilim, which we view with negative connotations, but what it says is the heroes of old.
I'm good, Martin. Thank you very much.
But you can see
Thanks very
these
much,
people
Martin. Yeah, I'm doing great, mate. Thanks.
showing
Thanks,
respect.
Hope
They
you're
think
well
that
as well.
this is an actual petrified giant. And it was a hoax from a guy that wanted to pull one over on all the Bible thumpers. If people want to believe something, then there's always going to be somebody who will give them what they want to hear, especially if there's money involved. He took this on a road show, charged $10 a head for people.
I love a steak tartare. Well, you know, if you can go over to Israel now, and you can get a steak made for you in the lab in under a minute, if you want, and then you can cook it. That's the future of McDonald's. That's what they said. This is the future of McDonald's. Literally making lab meat in front of you within a minute, and then they fry it. Absolutely.
And see it.
Oh,
now,
my
YouTube
Lord.
is that
That
on
should be
steroids.
banned. That should be banned immediately.
Is way more money. I was telling people at the height of this mania, unfortunately, I had already been shadowed. But
Well, back in a sec, guys. I've got to do something.
Start a channel, throw in some pictures of old buildings, say everything is fake, and put Tartaria in the title. You're guaranteed at least 10,000 clicks. Why do you need 20 train lines going into the World's Fair? Because it's a World's Fair and they're expecting hundreds of thousands of people a day. But, you know, to the Kool-Aid drinkers on this, there's no amount of evidence that will ever change their mind. They've spent years of their life investing in this. So fine, if that's what you want to believe, believe it. But to the people that have stumbled across this and are genuinely looking for what the truth is, just fact check anything you hear these people say and see if it adds up. One is, how come none of these creators have ever mentioned the steam era? The entire industrial revolution was powered for 300 years by steam. Steam boats, steam trains, steam engines in warehouses. Even our super advanced space age technology of today, nuclear, is steam power because it's that efficient and effective. It's hard to beat. Yeah, a nuclear reactor is nothing more than heating up water and generating steam to turn a turbine. But all these creators entirely ignore the Industrial Revolution. Let me ask you this. If everything collapsed right now, would we rebuild with steam? Would everybody just forget about electricity? No, I can make a generator right now. Give me a magnet and some copper wire. But that's the claim. We were a super advanced civilization. It collapsed, and then they ignore that steam ever existed, but it did, so you can ignore all the evidence you want. And if that's your methodology, it just means that you're not being honest about it. And that's why so many people get so upset about this subject, because they know deep down inside that it's crap. They keep referring to the 1893 World's Fair like we couldn't have built it at that time. That was 20 years before World War I and tanks and planes. So you think that we went from clacking rocks together to that? People can't seem to grasp the concept that the Mississippi River was a huge mile-wide obstacle separating the East Coast from the Midwest until structural steel was advanced enough to actually make a bridge across that river. It might as well have been two completely different continents. And that the East Coast was building up cities for 300 years before a bridge went over this river. So yes, construction on the Brooklyn Bridge started 7 years before Custer's last stand in the West. Just like today, if you go down to Rio de Janeiro, people are walking around on cell phones, while 20 miles away, people are using blowguns, living in grass huts. And, you know, I could literally go on for days, but I'll just quit there. I'm sure I've lost plenty of subs already. I've watched quite a few of these groupthink experiments take place now, and it's always the same. They take the pieces that they want that fit into their narrative and ignore the mountain of evidence to the contrary. The simple truth is, the majority of people aren't that intelligent and definitely don't apply any diligence to what they're doing. Therefore, the most popular ideas are usually incorrect. I think I'll make that statics law. I'll think about that for a minute, get it down to its most eloquent form, and get back to you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed it. If you're still here at this point, then you probably already knew these things. Or if you were on the fence about these things and made it this far, congratulations. You're one of the few that are willing to actually look at the contrary evidence and make up your own mind. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll catch you on the next one. Static out.
Hi folks, welcome back to my channel. Look, when someone's a bored earther, they might say, well, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. Well, exactly. I can find my own water, and I'm not your dumbass horse. I've seen your dirty water. I've seen what it does to people who put their trust in your authority. I've seen the lack of compassion that you have to those people who put their trust in you. I've seen the damage that it's done. So I'm not your dumbass horse. So if you are following a man, you need to think again. You see, that person then is leading you. You've put him in charge of yourself. He can't save you. And remember, if someone deceives you, they're deceiving you not for your good, but for their benefit. So we'll have a look at Walt Duffy. Now, Walt Duffy calls himself a pastor. He's supposed to be a Christian, right? But I'm going to show you and give you evidence, and now you need to use your own discernment and judgment. Is he lying? Is there skullduggery going on? Do things look right? You need to discern that for yourself. So with the final experiment that was put together by Walt Duffy, it's already been pointed out that there are dodgy things going on. So for example, in this clip, Vikadasiv shows you clearly that chroma key is going on. and it's backed up by the sunglasses that this person's wearing. You can see that there's no color in them because that color is being keyed out. So why would this be there? It's because there are dodgy things going on. So I'm going to show you some other dodgy things. Alright, if you look at this image, do you see a problem? There's something that doesn't add up, that's dodgy, that doesn't look right and is not right. It's the horizon line. So here's Will Duffy. The horizon line is in his glasses. Right? There's the camera he's supposed to be holding. Its reflection is in the glasses. That is right. That's how it should be. But the horizon in the background, you can't have two horizons in the same image. The horizon in the background's in the wrong place. It can't be there. So I'm going to show you and explain it to you. Look, if Will Duffy's got a camera, his camera's at his eye level, that's his eye level. That's where the horizon would be. Left and in his glasses. But the horizon behind him is in the wrong place. So look, in art, it's a basic thing that that artists understand. When you study art and you're doing technical drawing or you're doing perspective drawing, reflections of horizons in buildings will always be level with the horizon. They can't be in another place. Right, so if I've got sunglasses, the horizon will be level in the sunglasses because my face is level. I'm looking at the horizon. It's at eye level. If I hold a camera up to my eye level, the reflection of the camera will be level with the horizon, and the image that the camera takes will be level with the horizon. So you can only have one horizon. So now do you see where the problem is? So if you don't see it, don't worry, I'm going to do some animations to help you understand. Right, so there's a problem. So even if Will Duffy drops his camera, the horizon in his glasses must be where the horizon is. It has to be. There's only one horizon line. So if I'm looking at the horizon, that's on the left, that's what I'm looking at. If you had to look at me and I'm wearing sunglasses, that's what will be in my sunglasses. It must be level, because the horizon is always level with your eyes. Look, Will Duffy is standing upright. Even if the horizon is undulating, the horizon must still be level in his glasses. The spinning ball earth is dead. It died a long time ago. People have woken up and they are there trying to stay alive, to keep the spinning ball earth alive. And look, in reality, the spinning ball is dead. People are laughing at and saying, look, we know you lied to us, but take your stuff and duck. So let's watch Will Duffy look at the horizon and look at the horizon in his glasses and look at the horizon behind him. They should be at the same level.
Down slightly. Hey, welcome in. Who did I say? BCB, welcome in. Jason, welcome in.
Right, so it can only
I hope you guys are well.
Either the background has been added, he's been keyed out, or the reflection in his glasses has been added in. So I'm going to show you some other things that are dodgy. Right. So if you don't get it, here's an animation will help you understand. If that's your sunglasses, you're looking at the horizon will always be at your eye level. So what's going to help you is the camera. The camera must see the horizon at eye level, and the reflection of the camera must be where? At eye level. It can't be anywhere else. You can't have the horizon in the glasses at this level and then the horizon behind the sunglasses at another level. There's only one horizon line. They must always be at the same level. So if Will Duffy lifts his head up, you can't see his camera now. And if he tilts his head down, you can't see the camera. As soon as you see the camera, the horizon line must line up with the background. That doesn't happen in his footage. Right? So it's dodgy. So we're going to look at something else now with the same video clip and see if you can determine what it is. So look again. Right, so look, the globe's dead. It died a long time ago. The stink is still with us. It died a horrible death, but the dead carcass is there and we can still smell it.
So dirty.
Right, so all these people are doing, they're just continuing the same old horseshit, right, and trying to keep the bored earth alive. So now we're going to look at another issue. You need to just to pay attention and look carefully. If you got sunglasses on and you're looking at the horizon and you're turning, the horizon must match, the rotation in the back must match the rotation speed in your glasses. You can't have different speeds in the glasses and the different, because you're turning.
I'm a dancing man, and I just can't do. Well, it's alright, it's okay. I live to see another day. We can try to understand.
The Paddington movie. Hold on. The Paddington. What's the Paddington movie? Paddington movie, mate, is a flat Earth movie. Folks, example: Mrs. Bird is Admiral Bird's wife. Okay. Hey Nana, welcome in.
Everybody shaking and we're staying alive, staying alive. Staying alive, staying alive. Staying alive. Life going nowhere.
Right, so here's another issue. In Will Duffy's glasses, right, there's his arm. It's not possible that his arm stays in the same place. He's supposed to be moving around and talking, his body's moving. How can his arm stay in the same position? Right? Look where his arm is, look at the angle. Right? Something's wrong. Right, so look, here's the point. Right, I've seen their water and those who drink it and what it does to people. It's toxic, it's poisonous. The water that they give you, right, and you'll think, oh, it's science, right, it's killing you. So, you build your house when you're alive, and you're building your house now. So you build your house like a wise man on a solid foundation. So go and read what that means. What is that solid foundation? What is that rock? Who is that rock? You build your house on the rock, solid information. You build it on shifting sand, right? And when the storm comes, that's the day of judgment. Either your house will stand or your house will fall. And if it falls, that means you fall with your house. So go and do a bit of research what this illustration that Jesus Christ gave, what does it actually mean? And apply it in your life. So remember, if you're following a man and they mislead you, you put him in that position. So it's on your own head. It's your own fault. Look in Revelation, it says, in Revelation towards the end of about 1920, right? It says that Satan is a beast, and then he comes out of the abyss, and then he goes off to mislead the entire inhabited earth. So why? What is so important about misleading people? It's so that he can have followers and have authority over you. He can only mislead you if you've put yourself behind him and following him. If you're not following Satan, then he can't mislead you. So it says he goes off to battle. But before he can go off into battle, he has to go and mislead the earth to get followers, so they can get authority from those followers. The point is, you don't need to follow them. They have no authority over you, unless you give it to them. So, look, if you want to drink their water, that's your business. If you want to bow down to their gods, that's your business. I'm not bowing down. I know who I bow down to, and I know why. And it's the God I bow down to. It's a reality. He created the real world. He didn't create this illusion. What kind of God are you worshipping that has no authority and can't prevent himself from being thrown into an abyss for 1,000 years? And that has to trick and deceive everybody to get authority. What kind of God is that? The answer is obvious. It's not a God. Because if he was, he would never be in a abyss in the first place. So stop and think. Look, I hope this video has helped you out. Cheers and thanks for watching.
This is my third video on this topic. I normally don't like to make too many videos on the same topic unless it's something really in-depth. But this is something very simple. It's about shadows. Right? This shouldn't be something I have to make 3 videos about. But obviously, because of new footage that's come out and because of the stupidity of our opposition, I need to make 3 videos. It's ridiculous. Now, what I'm going to detail here in this video is about the shadow that should have been seen and should have been able to be used, the shadow of Mount Rossman, during the TFE to get the angle to the sun. If the sun was at 13.4 degrees, right, angle, right, when it's above and behind Mount Rossman, then the height of Mount Rossman, right, which is this height here, which would be up to there, and the distance which would be from its base to here, from here to there, which is where their camp was, right, their observation camp, was the distance between Mount Rossman and their observation camp was 3.8, just under 3.8 kilometers, right? Now, for them to have an angle to the sun of 13.4 degrees, right, then if they were 3.8 kilometers away, then they should have been able to use the 750 meter height of Mount Rossman above their elevation, maybe give or take a couple of meters, and the length of the shadow created by the sun, which should have stretched all the way to them for them to get a 13.4 degree angle to the sun. It's the Eratosthenes method, right? It's how it's done, right? Right? Shadow length and
Paddington.
height of object, right?
Are you talking about Paddington Bear? Is it Paddington Bear or what's that? Paddington the Bear, yeah, filmed. All right, okay. I'll take a look. I'll take a look.
Give you the angle to the sun. Right, so if they can get a 13.4 degree angle with snowballs and shadows on snowballs, supposedly, then where is the shadow from Mount Rossman? So if a snowball can give you a big elongated shadow, right, many times its vertical height, then how come there's no shadow from Mount Rossman? Right, whatever shadow is there, it stops at its base. It doesn't extend in any footage beyond its base. Nothing. If it does, it might be a tiny bit, and I'm talking about within the time lapse of the 24-hour sun. Right, I'm not talking about seeing shadows from Mount Rossman at other times. I'm talking about the 24-hour time lapses of the sun. Right, that's what I'm talking about. So where is the shadow? Right, this is ridiculous. That anyone on the opposing side wants to even argue with me about this. Right, the height of Mount Rossman, right here, right, and the distance from its base from here to here, right, that alone, right, that distance from here to here, that's the length that the shadow should have been if the sun was at 13.4 degrees. Now, it's either the sun was at 13.4 degrees when it was above and behind Mount Rossman, or it wasn't at 13.4 degrees, and all the information we're given is bogus. Besides the fact that it could mean the whole lot is bogus. The point being is that if you're going to claim that there's a 13.4 degree angle to the sun when it's above and behind Mount Rossman, then the shadow from Mount Rossman has to be meeting your feet. Because if you're able to measure an angle using the shadow of a snowball, then you shouldn't need the snowball. The shadow of Mount Rossman should be right there underneath the tripods of the cameras you're using. Right? You should be right at your feet. Because that's how shadows work. That's how the Eratosthenes method works. Right? Now, I've heard all the nonsense you can think of. First of all, when I brought my first video, and I wasn't even using the Eratosthenes method, in my first video, I was just referencing the height of Mount Rossman and what height you'd have to be away from Mount Rossman, or so what distance you'd have to be away from Mount Rossman to get a 13.4 degree angle to it, which was 3.2 kilometers. But they're not measuring an angle to the top of Mount Rossman, they're measuring an angle to the sun. Right? If you're using the Eratosthenes method, you're using the height of Mount Rossman, but based in relation to the length of its shadow, which should have been, as I said, right at their feet. Now, as I said, I've heard every heap of rubbish ever. First of all, it was all crevasse. Now there's hills. Heap of rubbish, right? And people denying that they ever claimed a crevasse. It's ridiculous, right? These people are children. After this video, anybody on the opposing side that think that it's wrong for me to call them idiots or bozos or boneheads or whatever, right? Anyone that says, oh, you shouldn't call us that, you shouldn't say this to us, you shouldn't say that to us. If I have to explain shadows to you and the Eratosthenes method, which is actually not a complicated thing, but shadows, a child understands shadows. If I must explain shadows to you, then I have the right to call you a bonehead. I'm sorry now. But if you're going to argue with me about how a shadow works, because you want to deny reality, then I'm sorry, but you are a bonehead. That's the only, because it's like you can't be living in reality. Right? They don't want. I understand. They don't want to accept that there's stuff being shown with the TFE that shows that there's some major problems there. If the only thing that was focused on was just the shadow of Mount Rossman. That would be enough. You know what I mean? As far as I'm concerned, that's enough. There's no shadow from Mount Rossman. There should be a shadow. Based off of the information we're given, the shadow should have been at their feet. That's where it should have been. If there's a 13.4 degree angle to the sun, when it's above, if it is actually above and behind Mount Rossman, then, right, if that is the sun and there's a 13.4 degree angle to it, then the shadow length must be at their feet. 3.8 kilometers out to where they were at their observation camp, based off of the coordinates. There is no way around this. This is how it works. Right, so if you're going to make those claims, you can't deny the shadow that's not there then. If the shadow's not there, it means none of it happened. None of it happened as we're told. None of it. So here is shadow length, right, height of object. That's right, and that's how they determine via the length of the shadow, right, with the height of the object, the angle to the sun. Simple stuff, right? It shouldn't be a problem, right? So let me just go back to here just a sec. Sorry, just go to here a sec. Right, here is just a screenshot I took of from my last video. I didn't even have the full peak of this is only 1,374 meters, right? It should have been 1,450. So that's not even the full peak of Mount Rossman that I used, right? But it's still like the full peak would be up here if I was to have the same. If I had used the same ratio or whatever profile, but point is that I'm not even using the full peak. That's only 1374 as opposed to 1450, right? And right, you're trying to tell me now. I know it's I have it stretched up the way, but even if I bring it down, you're trying to tell me that the shadow of this mountain is going to be lost in these little tiny bumps here in relation to that mountain and won't make it to there. Is that what you're trying to tell me, ballers? Is that what you need to believe? Is it what you need to believe that shadow could never reach here? Even though that's how shadows work in reality, and that's how shadows must be, and there's no if, buts, or maybes about it. But the point is that all the argument has been about debate about the observation camp. They're just denying, like, there's no way the shadow from this could ever stretch out to there. Right, even though there's a sun going over behind it here, supposedly, right? There's no way, absolutely impossible. This is what's in their head. It's impossible. The shadow will be lost in, is it this little crevasse in here? Or is it this monstrous hill here? Are you joking me? I mean, how stupid are you? I want you to ask yourself that. How stupid are you if you think that a shadow from a mountain that's 750 meters, right, above the baseline is going to stop here at this arrow here, like stop right here. It's going to stop right there because of what? There's a little crevasse and then a little hill. Are you crazy? I mean, are you really believing this, or are you just telling me and whoever else asks just a load of lies? Because that seems to be all this comes from these people in our opposition. A load of lies. 10 years of listening to them lie. When push comes to shove, they have no honesty. Nothing. Zero honesty. They're not able to admit when they're wrong. Now, with the exception of a very small few. Very small few. I won't label everyone, but I'm talking about less than a handful. Less than 5. Maybe less than 4 in my 10 years that I've dealt with, that were actually honest and admitted when something was not correct. And I've dealt with thousands of them. So you tell me, as far as I'm concerned, majority of 99.9% of these people are not honest. And a lot of them start out not being honest with themselves, never mind being honest with us. Long story short, right, this is how shadows behave, right? I should be able to use the height of Mount Rossman with the length of its shadow to get the correct angle to the sun, right? That's how it works. So that shadow, according to them, this shadow here, right, can't exist, right, because there's blades of grass down here, right? That's their. There's no way this shadow here can be this long. It's impossible for the shadow of this object to be this long. That's impossible. because in Antarctica. Now, it's possible in every other instance in the history of humanity, the history of the world. But this one instance in Antarctica, there is no shadow, and that's okay. Are you crazy? Right? Are you off your game? It's okay that there's no shadow, right? Either way, most of their arguments has been about the observation camp. Now I'm going to show some footage in a minute after I go through some other details, right? So this is 13.4 degrees. This is, right, this length here is from the base of the mountain out to the observation camp. This is the sun, and as you can see, it intersects here. So this would really be here for three-dimensional, right? And that'd be the height of the mountain. This would be the full length would be from here to here, so that'd be stretched back a bit. And this would be the sun here, right? So that's how Eratosthenes, and you should be able to get the angle to the correct angle to the sun based off of your known distance from its base, right? And its height. And if you're claiming a 13.4 degree angle, then that's the exact angle you should be getting via the shadow and the height of the mountain. Because if you're not, then that's not the angle to the sun, right? Because it can't be, because the shadow is created by the sun's light, right? Being intersected by the mountain or the object. So here we have it. Observation camp here, Mount Rossman, right? The sun's light, right? Here is the height of the highest peak of Mount Rossman. Here is the length of the shadow created by the sun's light, which is the sun is here above and behind the mountain. That's how it works, right? The Eratosthenes method, right? It's according to the borders. It's been like, I mean, it's not according to borders, but this method has been used for a long, long, long time. But now we have to deny it when it comes to Antarctica. I don't know what's going on with these people. So let's just have a look here, right? So 3,800, right? That's the distance, right, from the base of the mountain to the observation camp. 3,800 meters, 3.8 kilometers, right? So if we divide that by 750, which is the height of the mountain above the baseline of Union Glacier, right, we have 5.066, right? 5.0666, right? So basically just barely over 5 times, right? So, that's impossible according to the borders, right? Stupid, right? Here we have a shadow of Mount Everest. This is all on the clouds. So you can imagine now, this is not the full Mount Everest. This is just the peak of Mount Everest above the clouds. Here is all these other peaks above the clouds. But you can treat, let's just say we treat the clouds here like Antarctica, right? These are all hills and stuff in Antarctica, right? Now there's no hills like that. There's anyway even remotely like that. That's in the way of, like, along here. There's no big, huge hills or anything like that along here. Nothing like that, right? There is a mountain here and a small little bit of elevation change, right? You're talking from here to here, there is an elevation change, but it's just a downslope thing. It has nothing to do with stopping a shadow or anything else like that. But look, here it is, actually. What am I saying? Sorry, 1 second. Have a look at it here, right? So, whatever little undulations are here, right, this is supposed to somehow stop this shadow from reaching to there.
Deliveries are turning up.
Will be over here.
Fantastic. Make another wall down.
Right, this is the stupidity we're getting. Long story short,
I'll put some money in the bank.
The shadow of the peak of Mount
Busy
Everest.
day tomorrow.
Right across the clouds. Here is hills and things. What would be, if we treat that like Antarctica, and they were out here, the observation camp, then these would be literally hills in the way. But yet nothing is stopping the shadow. The shadow is still sticking right out there. Right? Let's go to another one. Once again, here is, from a different angle, here is our different position. Here is loads of mountains and crevasses, yet the shadow goes all the way out to there. Right? So you kind of go, but that's Mount Everest. Yeah, but it's the peaks above. If we go back there, it's the peaks above the clouds, right? So let's go to here. This is Mount Fuji, the 15-mile long shadow of Mount Fuji in Japan, right? So here is another photo of it.
Yeah, it's true, you know. Like plants don't
Plenty
like
things, some crevasses and hills and all the rest of it there. Yet the shadow continues to exist. Shadows exist, ballers. They exist. They're real. They exist.
Shadows are real, guys. They are actually real things. They're caused by the sun. Something in front of it will cast a shadow.
3,776 meters, right? That's the height of Mount Fuji. It's 15 miles long of a shadow there, right? And I know this shadow exists because I know people who've been there. And you can see it. This is a real thing. It's like, it's mad. Why do we have to say that? That I know a shadow exists. Why do we have to say that? It's like, that's the world of crazy we're living in as flat earthers, dealing with these ballers. It's just crazy. We have to prove to them that a shadow exists. How stupid are these people? Or just straight out dishonest? Or both? And crazy. Either way, let's get back to this. So, right, we know it's just over 5. Let's say just over 5. We say 5 times the length of Mount Rossman to the observation camp. The shadow would be, right? So this is what they're trying to say is impossible, right? Because they're idiots, right? So, 1 second. So, 15, right? Calculator. So, let me see, where are we? I want to convert. Sorry. So 15 miles to, I want miles to meters, right? 24,140, right? So I want to take this and I want to divide it by 3776. 3776, right, equals 6.393. Now this shadow of Mount Fuji is a known common thing. This big monstrous shadow, right, of Mount Fuji. Now that's 1.3 times, almost 1.4 times longer than, and there's a lot more stuff at the base of, right, Mount Fuji. As you can see, there's a lot more stuff and hills and mountains and everything else that gets in the way, that could get in the way of the shadow, right? If those things could get in the way of a shadow. But it's not doing that, right? Now, if we go back to this, right, there isn't all that, but there is this big massive mountain, a small undulations, and remember, this is all compressed, right? So you're not seeing it correctly because it's all compressed. This is where all these big massive undulations are. There isn't. There's just a downslope to the observation camp. So it's the Mount Fuji shadow with all the big hills and mountains and crevasses and valleys in the way. It still stretches out 15 miles. It still stretches out 6.4 times its own elevation, right, in shadow length, right? It still does that. And the sun for Mount Fuji would probably not even get to anywhere near 13.4 degrees elevation behind it. So let's go back to here a sec, right? So now we know that shadows can be very long, right? This is ridiculous. Now we know that the average, that often a time with Mount Fuji, I suppose it depends on the time of year, but often a time, at least yearly, you're going to have a big massive shadow of Mount Fuji when the sun is lower in the sky, and it's probably winter enough time there, sun is lower in the sky, and you're going to have massive long shadows of Mount Fuji. I'm just presuming it's winter, may not be, but winter would be worse because it's the sun is lower in the sky. So let's go to, right, so we've shown that a shadow has been many times the length of the height of an object is no big deal. And as I said, the sun wouldn't be 13.4 degrees there, right? It wouldn't get that low there, even in the winter time. So let's go to, I know, who cares if it did, right? Point is, the shadow is 6.4 times the length, 6.4 times the height in length that the height of Mount Fuji is. So let's go to this. Now, the borders all gave out that no, it's all lost in a crevasse. There's big hills, there's every kind of stupid nonsense they could say, right? Because they're idiots that they could come up with, right? No, right? There can't be a shadow there. They're too far away, blah, blah, blah. And it was all based around the observation camp. So here we have right near, right? This is right near the Union Glacier camp, right? Not the observation camp. They're all the tents there. They're about 1.5 or 2 kilometers or something from the mountain, right? So here you can see all the way, like there's there's only a downslope with the observation camp, just a bit of a downslope, nothing. Here you can see all the way to the base of the mountain, right as you can from the observation camp, but because of a downslope situation off to the right, especially this camp here, right, when the drone goes down, it loses that camp a bit, right? But you can still see to the base of the mountain because that camp is actually in a little crevasse. But that doesn't have any bearing on the shadow, right? So here is footage of a 36-hour claimed time lapse, right, by Will Duffy, right? So sorry, I just turned off the sound. So let's watch this, right? Watch the shadow. Where's the shadow? Where's the Mount Rossman shadow? Where's the shadow? Where is the shadow? This cannot happen. This can't happen in reality. The fact that there's no shadow from Mount Rossman stretching out to wherever this camera is, right, with the sun that low, the fact that there's no shadow. And now we've just seen shadows of the peaks of Mount Everest above clouds and Mount Fuji, 15 miles shadow from Mount Fuji. We've just seen those shadows. So where is the shadow? Look, where's the shadow? You can start seeing it stretching out this way, but that's it. Is that all we got? Where's the shadow? Where is the shadow? I'm sorry, but this is not reality. This is not reality. Whatever went on in Antarctica during the TFE, I don't know what kind of craziness is going on there, but
That's actually a good point, Jim. See these shadows down here, the footprints. No shadow from this peak here. I mean, it should be coming down like this, like a V, right? And this peak as well. When it goes this way, it should be like sort of that direction. Very, very strange.
Isn't the shadow
more anomalies, right? More anomalies
from this mountain, like there should be. There's no if, there's no buts, no maybes. This is not even the observation camp. This is right next to the actual Union Glacier camp where they have all the tents. It's not even the observation camp is off over this way a bit, right? Be out here, off over this way a bit, back here a bit, right? So this is only like 1.5 or 2 kilometers from the base of the mountain. Where's the shadow?
Sun isn't low enough.
2 kilometers. Where's the shadow?
Low enough. It's pretty low, FPV.
Where is it?
At the angle of that sun, that's pretty low. It's a pretty low sun, right? I mean, the sun's like. Go to me, FPV. I mean, it has to be at this height to cast, because if it was lower, this was lower down here, it wouldn't cast it. It wouldn't cast a shadow, would it? Remember, I'm looking at this as a local sun, guys, as a localized sun. So I'm thinking that. That's in my thinking. It's kind of crazy, man. Really.
I'm sorry, it's not there. There is no shadow. There's no shadow there. There's a shading on the mountain, but where's the shadow stretching out from it? There isn't. There's no
How far
shadow
is the
stretching
mountain
out from
away
it.
from the cam? Well, they
This is
said it
ridiculous.
was.
You
When
can't.
they were at base camp, they said this mountain was like, was it 2 kilometers away? And they're here. It doesn't look like it, does it? I mean, look at this here. It doesn't look that far away. But yeah, so it's meant to be a couple of kilometers. I would say the camera's like, yeah, they're at the back end here. Look like they're probably a couple of kilometers. That's what they tell us. I don't know if that's true or not.
You can't tell me that, and I just leave it go on, and you'll see, right? Shadows go away. We'll come back to Mount Rossman now in a second. I as well play the whole video. Now, I don't know, there's other things about this video I find very strange. But the point is that with all the rubbish about how there's no way, they're too far away, they can't see the shadow, even though the shadow has to stretch out that length for them to be even able to use the shadow to get the height of the mountain, right? Or the height, the angle to the sun. They should be able to use the height of the mountain. There we are again.
And some of them clouds look like they're actually interacting with the sun.
The sun going behind the mountain, right, supposedly, right?
Touch the sun.
And no shadow. I mean, what is going on? Like, they should be, that shadow should stretch all the way out when that sun is back. Let's see if we go back to about there. When that sun is about there, I'm going to say go back a bit. Right, when that sun is about there, that shadow should be stretching all the way out to the tripods of those cameras that they had at the observation camp. And they should be able to use the length of that shadow, which would be the distance from the base of that mountain to where they are, in relation to the height of the mountain, the highest peak, which would be about 750 meters above Union Glacier, to get a pretty accurate angle of 13.4 degrees to the sun. But obviously that would be impossible, considering there's no shadow. Now, they have shadows of snowballs, but they have no mountain shadow. Now, a lot of people are focusing on a lot of other things, and that's fine, and people have to do their own work, and that's good, and a lot of good stuff coming out, showing that there's a lot of anomalies that are problematic.
That's
right,
another.
stuff
That's
to
a
do
good
with
point as well.
corners in the
Laura.
sky and
Yeah.
all kinds of things, right? But this is something that's natural. The shadow that isn't there, that should be. What they're asking you to do is accept, and they're asking you to accept that a shadow just in this one instance didn't happen. That's what they're asking you to accept. They're literally trying to gaslight you into accepting that in this one instance in history, the sun didn't create a long shadow of a mountain or an object.
What Duffy's one FPV?
In this one instance in history. Can you accept
Duffy's
that?
drone footage.
Because I can't accept that. I can't accept that there's no shadow. I can't do that. The 24-hour sun is not the problem. The problem is the BS and the lies and the trickery and the stupidity of our opposition, who do their best to defend this, or the just pure dishonesty of them. I can't accept there is no... There has to be a shadow. There has to be a shadow. The shadow can't not be there.
Hey, skeptic, welcome in.
Just, that can't happen. Thanks for watching.
I did think that was kind of strange at the time. I watched a video this week of a guy going to Svalbard, which is about as close as you can get to the
Hello,
North
Flat
Pole.
Earth researchers,
If you watch-
debaters, and debunkers.
If you
When you
watch
point
that
out to a
and then
Glober
watch
believer
TFE, you know
that
something is off.
horizons are created in our eyes because of perspective governing.
Oh, can you post that? Can you post one of those videos for me, Jason? Please?
Our vision and any observations that we make showing us that the surface is level, and we see the sun rising and setting because of perspective, as the sun goes off into the distance
Svalbard
rather
is
than
insane,
the
pal,
Earth
sis.
spinning around to make the sun rise and set. You'll often be met with the challenge to then show that the sun shrinks in angular size as it goes off into the distance and sets. And we can see here in this footage by P900 Coolpix, otherwise known as Sandra, that the sun does indeed shrink in angular size as it goes off into the distance. Now here's some of my own footage taken from Phuket in southern Thailand, so it's quite near the equator, and you can see that the sun goes off in more or less a straight line here compared to Sandra's footage, which showed the sun going diagonally as it headed off into the distance. We can see the reflection on the water, and another important thing to bear in mind here when we're seeing the sun get cut off before it shrinks to an infinitesimally small dot is that we can only see across the surface a short distance, a few miles, with any clarity, because we are quite close to the surface. We might be about 2 meters above the surface here. So the distance to the horizon that we see on the surface is not very far compared to the distance that we can see in the transparent sky, which is maybe many hundred miles or 1,000 or more miles. Obviously the cloud and the haze on top or above the surface is going to contribute to the sun being cut off. And we also have the fact that because of the change in angular size in everything that we see, those clouds in the distance are just a thin line on top of the horizon. It's part of the horizon at that great distance, even though that column of cloud might be
78 degrees north. Were they 80 degrees south? Were they, or were they 80 degrees south? I can't remember. Or was that the actual South Pole?
A few miles high. So again, we see because of these parallel lines,
it's 2016 again. Plain, it looks like we might have to go back to those times, man. Remind everybody, because it seems like everyone's forgotten the fundamentals of flat Earth, right?
Fact, shrink as it goes off into the distance, but it gets cut off quite early because we are at such a low altitude above the ground. We all know that the higher you get above the surface, the longer you will see the sun for before it sets. If you go and watch the sunset at ground level and then you whiz up high in a drone or maybe in a lift to a very high building, you can see the sun set again. Now, this is something that's claimed to be as a result of looking down a curve further because you're higher. But again, the horizon will always be there at your eye level. It indicates how high you are in relation to everything else in front of you. So this is, again, our observations being governed by perspective. So you can see here that the sun does kind of go off to the right, which is in a kind of westerly curve just as it reaches the horizon there. But just keep in mind that it's getting cut off by the surface and the clouds above the surface. That is not such a great distance as the transparent sky that we can see many hundreds of miles through all the way to the stars. But then you never see the stars just above the horizon because of that layer of cloud and haze that's always going to be on top of the surface. So of course, when you take footage like this, there's a bit of a glare, and people will say to you, well, you have to do it with a solar filter to see if there really is a change in the angular size. And globe Earth proponents, anti-flat earthers will often claim that if you shoot the sun setting with a solar filter on the camera, you will not see a change in angular size. When in fact we're going to now look at some footage where we do see a change in angular size, despite the claim that there was no change in angular size of the sun. So here is some footage by Wolfie 6020 of the sun setting off Sydney, Australia, using a solar filter. And now Wolfie 6020 is an ardent globe believer. He doesn't really like flat earthers. And in his mind here, the sun is not changing in angular size as it sets. Now, because of the filter and the darkness, we can't see any reference to how high this footage was actually taken above the surface, but you can see that it sets there. Let's just play that one more time. And at first glance, it doesn't seem to appear to change in angular size, but Wolfie's just put this footage up here and he hasn't made any measurements of this observation. So I've taken this footage and I've put it into GIMP.
GIMP?
So in order to measure whether there is a difference or a change in the angular size of the sun, I've taken 3 screenshots of the footage we saw just now at different times as the sun was setting, and then cropped and layered them. So you can see over here I've got the top layer here, and then the middle layer, all right, and then the bottom layer under that. So nothing has been changed in terms of size, but just the different strips have been cropped so that we can place all of them on the same image and then make some measurements. So with another layer, I've already done this, but I'll take you through the process. I created a circle that fits snugly with the top one, which would be the largest, and we should then see whether or not there's a change from the size of this circle as we put it around the other two. So let me just zoom in on this so you can see it better. All right. Basically what I did was I took the ellipse tool and then drew around it, and then moved that so it was then placed over the second one to see if there's any change. And you can see straight away that there is a bit of a change there. What fits snugly around the sun at the top now shows a larger circle than the size of the sun. So the sun has shrunk in that respect. And if we then go down to the bottom, we can see that there's an even more dramatic change in the size of the sun compared to the original size of the sun when it was at the top right of the screen. Okay. Of course, you can do this yourself. You don't have to believe me, but let me just show you how that is done, and you'll understand that the sun has actually shrunk. So basically what we do is we take the ellipse tool and we start at the top here, go over here, move it across, and then we just adjust things to make it fit snugly. I think that, down a bit there. Yeah, we'll take it down. Okay, so that's fitting pretty snugly now, and then we just stroke that selection, and you can see that we now get this pink purpley line that's the same size as the one we did previously. Okay, so once you have that, you simply take it down here and you compare it to the next one. So all I'm doing is moving it, I'm not changing its size. Now I've got to do the stroke again, so let's just try and line it up with the other one. All right, and voila. Okay, so you can see that it's the same size as the green outline, and the sun has gotten smaller. All right, and then we can move this down.
Chilling, they're useful. They're actually useful. Duffy's not.
To here. All right.
Well, I'll be back in a sec, guys.
Same thing again. You can see that this is the same size as the previous circle. Let's put the stroke on again. Again, it's covered up.
Scotty.
The sun
Great minds think alike. Great minds think alike.
All right. Now, again, you could argue all kinds of things about the atmosphere or the air making it compress and things like that. Well, yeah, that can happen, of course. These are the effects that we see that make the sun disappear. So either way, the sun does shrink in size, and it gets cut off by all the clouds and the haze and everything that's immediately above the surface, as well as the surface itself. So, you know, when you actually do the measurements, and this is a very crude method, but it works to debunk the claim that the sun does not shrink in angular size as it sets. Again, keeping in mind that this was taken at probably a low altitude above the surface, so the surface will cut off the sun relatively quickly compared to a higher elevated view where we would see the sun for longer and we would see it shrink even more in angular size before it got cut off by the horizon, which again isn't just the surface that we see, but it's also whatever is above the surface, all the clouds and the haze and everything that eventually obscures our view and becomes a razor-thin line that's part of the horizon, because everything in our vision shrinks in angular size the further away it gets from us. So I'm going to finish this off with another piece of footage that I took at the beach just the other day to show you how the clouds contribute to the sun setting and cutting off the sun at sunset. It's approaching sunset at this beach on Phuket, and I just wanted to show you an example of how the sun sets in any situation. It eventually goes behind the clouds. So you can see that it's gone behind those clouds there, and it's going to poke through again, which is rather nice. But essentially what's going to happen here is that obviously the clouds will block out the sun as it gets further away before it actually ever hits the horizon. So what we got to understand is that when we see a sunset and it goes all the way to the horizon, that's because we don't have clouds in the way like this, but those clouds are just a lot further away. So the sun still goes beyond the clouds, whether they are close or far away. When they're close, we can see the clouds very clearly here blocking the sun. But when the clouds are very far away, then of course they're much, much smaller, and they just become a thin band on top of the horizon above the surface. And so that is what cuts off the sun at sunset. It doesn't matter where you're watching the sun from, you will eventually see the sun disappear from view and get cut off because of what is above the surface. If it's land, then it will be hills and mountains in the distance. They could be hundreds or thousands of miles away, as well as the clouds, which of course, again, as they get further away, they just appear smaller and smaller until they become part of the horizon. So the horizon, and seeing the sun rise and set, is always a combination of the surface, as far as we can see it, as well as whatever's above the surface or above our eye level, whether that's hills and mountains or clouds like this.
Click subscribe and the bell icon if you'd like to receive notifications of new videos from Phuket Word.
call-in show, basically, for quite some time. And I stopped doing it. I don't know. I might bring that segment back. A lot of people have asked to bring that particular segment back. All right, cool. I will be keeping an eye on the chat. But first, let's talk about Antarctica, the final experiment. So there's an idea. So there's basically modern academics' view, okay, out there. I'm just going to speak in generalities at first, then we can get more and more specific, all right? But in general, you have lots of online flat earthers that have been around for about 10 or 15 years, and I have considered myself one of them, even though if you follow my channel, you can see that I have sort of developed and branched out and created my own special, interesting cosmology that I enjoy and that makes sense to me. However, when it comes to the flat earthers versus the academics, I side with the
Once Notch gets up your ass, it's over. 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 Once Notch gets up your ass, it's over.
Absolutely 100% Jim's talking absolute truth there. Well, he is, but Jim found it. Good find, Jim. Good find. Oh, it's an hour. I'm going to have to look at this myself. Take a little look. This is 78 degrees north.
Good morning from somewhere near the top of the world. But even away up here, breakfast is included, so we'll get that out the way first, then we'll get this video started properly when we've got some daylight. As you can see here, this is a bit of a weird and wonderful hotel, but I think that breakfast is served in the room that I'm in just now. Here I am stopping again, and I still can't...
Oh yeah, I know what you mean there. The look, place, and like the ambience, the little things, right? The shadows. Shadows on the mountain. Come on. That does actually look...
Can't take it all
legit.
in.
That mountain. Them lions on that mountain, are they? That like anti-avalanche lines. No, don't. I don't know.
And here we are on what I'm going to call Main Street, Longyearbyen. I think we've got some shops up that way, some shops down that way, but I think we should start down the bottom at the sea and then make our way up. That's an idea. Now I'm sorry, distance over there, wow. You're not going to see them on the GoPro, but I'll try and zoom in a bit on my phone. Oh, and I've got a wee plane just took off. Where are you going?
I'll look at that later. What I'll do, I'll share it. Yeah, it looks really interesting. I'm going to watch the rest of that later, Jay, because it's quite a long video. So nice one for that, man. I will take a look at that. It looks really interesting. 78 degrees north, that is, guys. I'll put the link to this in the chat. There it is. There we go. Oh, Cheswick is live. Cheswick's live. Well, I'll watch that later. That looks quite interesting. Quite a bit of realism in there. For once.
The flat earthers, okay, in general. I do not side with spinning, wobbling, flying, glob,
He's done loads of
pear-shaped,
yeah, okay.
as
I'll
Neil
take a
deGrasse
look.
Tyson called it.
I'll take a look at that.
Earth. I don't side with any of that story. I don't just side with how they describe the creation of the Earth. I don't side with there not being a dome or firmament around the Earth.
Why are you banned at J Dreamers?
Earth or something to actually keep it pressurized aside from some magical force called gravity or whatever. I'm on that side. Okay, I'm on that side of things as far as that goes. All right, just in general. Keep in mind, I have my very own cosmology. Also, keep in mind, all these different flat earthers have their own cosmologies. They have their own perspectives, and they see things in different ways. For example, there's some that think there's a dome above us, and some that don't. Okay, I'm definitely one that believes there's a dome. So that's how I kind of see things to start off with. Oh, Green Bud, hey, thank you so much. High five, Green Bud. Appreciate you. All right, so we've got this whole final experiment. Basically, there's a dude named Will Duffy. Apparently, he lives here in Colorado in my neck of the woods. He's a pastor, which has kind of been flaunted around a bit. Just the whole title, though. I mean, anybody can be a pastor. Literally anybody on earth can become a pastor, a preacher, whatever it is. Okay, unfortunately, everybody now has a soapbox. Everybody on earth. Now, I feel like that's an omen of the apocalypse, which is going to come and reset all of that. And I also feel like in the ancient days, people had to sort of prove themselves through testing and trials and stuff to be able to speak and teach and guide other people. Now, I also realize I'm doing the same thing, okay? So I'm sharing with you my perspective and my path. I'm not here to change any of your minds or anything about anything. I'm just using my soapbox, okay, while I have it. So that's what I'll be doing. So this dude, Will Duffy, he decided individually, as an individual.
Jamie sea level as well.
That if he were to take people who believe...
Who's banning people over there? Oh, is it his mods? Mods are timing or banning people, or is it actually Jay himself?
Even the flat earth model, or the flat earth map as it's typically portrayed, something similar to this right here behind me. If he took them to Antarctica and that they didn't see... that they saw the Earth go in a circle 24 hours all the way around wherever they were in Antarctica, that was the final experiment to prove that the concept of flat Earth is incorrect, that it's wrong. So this is his name that he gave to his own experiment. Okay, this has nothing to do with modern academics or colleges or institutions or anything. It's one guy that named it that and decided this will be the final experiment. It's his final experiment, okay? But it's not by any means every flat earther's final experiment or every globe earther's final experiment or whatever. It's certainly not mine, okay? So that's first and foremost. That's the whole final experiment thing. So Jeranism and some other guys went down there to Antarctica. You know, this guy paid. The pastor paid for their trips, which was also very interesting because I'm like, I don't care how people spend their money, but I do care whenever churches basically scam people through this concept of tithing and donations and all this other stuff where they basically convince their congregation that money is needed. I don't know if the money came from the congregation. I don't know anything about it.
Like that, I noticed. Really like mod heavy. When I mean mod heavy, I mean they really do like kick at anyone. You know, with a little bit of a individual thought. Yeah, I've noticed that a few places.
But I hope not. Basically, I hope this is just this guy's own money and he didn't actually guilt people into donating to this or whatever.
Self-promotion,
But I do know churches do that. It's a totally different topic, and I'm against that. I'm against tithing the way that it's taught in the modern churches these days.
Channels don't like that either, do they? Like self-promotion. I don't care. I'll just say, yeah, guys, if you want to put your links and all that in the channel, do it. Do it. I'm not fussed about it. I don't care about all. Want to push your channel? Go for it, guys. More than welcome to.
And I know that they're all vehemently opposed to that because that's how they get their jets and cars and mega churches and stuff like that. Okay, but I think that the Bible clearly explains tithing in a way that has nothing to do with the modern concept. Anyways, that's beside the point. So these guys went down to Antarctica. They saw the sun go all the way around in a circle, and now all of these academic mascots in the form of YouTubers and whatnot are out there basically.
Hey, Jimmy, I finally did read your email. I did send you a reply. Did you get that reply? I think I only read it. I think it was yesterday or the day before.
Basically, just
Jimmy
hounding on every person that has an ulterior or alternative worldview, right? As they have been this entire time. Okay.
Oh, thank you, Heart.
It just bugs me. It just lights a fire inside of me to see these people become just professional hecklers for academia, which I already leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Anyway, so this guy goes down and he does this whole deal.
Just saying, Jimmy, that's all good, mate. That's all good if you finished it.
Final experiment. He believes that what the sun does, exemplifies the shape of the earth somehow. And I don't believe that. And there's many flat earthers that I personally have seen that also don't believe that. Okay, they feel like testing the shape of the earth should stick to the shape of the earth, and the earth itself has nothing to do with what the luminaries.
Yeah, the archaics cult just. They know exactly what that guy's done, and they still follow him. That's insane, crazy. That's like Biden getting in, isn't it? After the creepy Biden vid on YouTube for years before he got in. He still got in.
Do. If anything, it's my opinion that means that people don't fully understand the shape of the dome. As a matter of fact, you can see there is no dome on this visual right behind me. Right, and I believe that the sun and the moon, as points of focus and projections, along with the stars and the other luminaries out there, they're created by the light that passes through the dome. Now, that light can act and move about in different ways based on the shape of the dome. So, if anything, that further solidified my.
Yeah, but Archaics is doing the same thing, isn't he? FPV. Isn't Archaics doing exactly the same thing? Get all his information from all these weird books, and so he's like literally ripping off other people's work, isn't he? Archaics.
My idea that people would benefit from investigating more and sort of growing past the whole flat earth concept and examining the dome, the sky, the heavens. The firmament.
Jamie, keep Archaics away from children, man. We don't want him in a bear suit entertaining kids. That's the last thing parents want. Parents don't want that. After he's been convicted for 25 years, crimes against, let's say, women.
Firmament, the Velkin, it's gone by so many different names. All right, hold on. Let me get my chat pulled up. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Truth Unfiltered, good to see you. We got Sarah Smith, good to see you too. You're welcome for the presentation. Thanks again, Green Bud. Appreciate you. Bam. What's up, Southern Bell Rising? Okay, cool. So I'm going to move on to some quotes, okay? So here's some quotes. Now, this is going to get more into the
I've never watched that dude. I watched him.
And intellectual high horses that people seem to say.
Archaics for a little while. Like Archaics and was it Santos? We was kind of watching them both at the same time, weren't we, on this channel, checking them out, and realised they were both completely batshit insane. They're both crazy dudes, man.
On, okay, especially.
And Archaics is crazy. Santos is crazy. He attacked someone in self-defense, didn't he? Santos. Didn't they lose their life or something?
Crazy. Whenever they have a platform that has more than 1,000 people, I've seen I've been doing this for 10 years, and I've seen a ridiculous number of people just develop egos out of nowhere once they all of a sudden develop, high numbers of subscribers or whatever. Good, great, have fun with that. It's not a big deal to me. But they get really big egos, okay, on both sides of the fence everywhere. So anyways, let's get into some quotes, okay? I was listening to this dude, Will Duffy, and he says, and I quote, "Flat earthers said for years," flat earthers. Now this is
hey, welcome in,
an
Ian.
absolute statement, or what is known as an absolute statement. Flat earthers, as in all of them, said for years, almost a decade, that there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Appreciate
That's
you coming in, thanks.
just not true. You know what I mean? Like, if it was true, then it would have been said, I've heard flat earthers say, I've heard some flat earthers say, or the flat earthers that I listen to, I have heard them say. But using an absolute statement like that is just easy to just completely tear apart, because I consider myself in that group. And I'm telling you right now, I've never ever said there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica, to the best of my knowledge. I don't ever remember, standing on that rock. But regardless,
ever really discussed
there's many
it.
flat earthers that I know and that I've spoken with that
No one's ever really discussed it. No one's really discussed the 24-hour sun. Because it's just an observation. It doesn't really matter what it's. You've got all this sort of this liquid here that we can test. They won't be looking up at the sky. It's ridiculous.
have never, brought up a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So you're speaking for all of the flat earthers, okay?
Hey, you're welcome,
and
Maneuver.
Specifically,
you're welcome, though.
It's unwise, because you're listening to a small portion. You're listening to your own algorithm's tiny little circle of influence that it shows you whenever you're looking this up or trying to find stuff about the flat earth. You're looking at a tiny fraction of all of the people that have this particular or share a similar perspective or a world view, how they actually view the world. All right? So, unwise. I'll say that off the top, okay? Because it's just not true. Showing that the flat earth model is just not possible. Showing that the flat earth model, the model, that's what I wanted to say, right? So there's a difference between a model, which is sort of what you see behind me, and a map, okay? They're like, oh, the map is wrong, the shape is wrong, it's not circular, it's not flat, it's none of that stuff, but they're talking about the model. This is the model behind me, okay? The sun and the moon are included in the model. They're not included in the map, all right? They're a part of the heavens, not a part of the earth. Mapping has to do with cartography and the earth itself, okay? You're not mapping out anything that has to do with the firmament or the dome or the heavens or the sky or the luminaries or anything. So it has nothing to do with the model, the map. So anytime you hear these people saying the flat earth map is wrong, there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, that doesn't mean that the map is wrong. That just means that the concept, the idea, and the theory that people have put forth about the luminaries is wrong. Or it seems to be, or it requires further investigation or justification or research or theorizing or whatever it may be. The flat earth community, another quote. The flat earth community as a whole, they have no idea what to do with this. That's another absolute statement, because I'm a part of that community and I know exactly what to do with it. I disregard it completely because I'm not worried about the 24-hour sun. That's not something that I'm actively studying at the moment. I've had enough research into the plane of existence and the oceans and the shape of this world to where I am already moving on. And it's not going to be hinged upon any one thing. In addition to that, I have never believed that the burden of proof is on the flat earthers. That cosmology is ancient. That cosmology, when you look at today, going all the way back to the dawn of history, or we'll say 6,000 years ago approximately, that's the majority belief across time. That's the majority cosmology. Anybody that hears that's academically minded, they're going to immediately regurgitate some school teaching about one or two influential Greeks or people from a few hundred years ago that really put that theory forth, as if that represents all of Rome, who practiced magic and whatnot. They really pick and choose, like a salad bar, what they're going to believe in as far as these educational giants whose shoulders they stand upon. Sometimes, like, they'll quote Pliny the Elder. But then whenever I quote Pliny the Elder for support of literal monsters existing in this world during the medieval times, they're like, oh, well, they were just unintelligent back then. They had no common sense. They didn't know what they were talking about. We're so much more intellectually superior than they were. That's just picking and choosing. Okay, you're at an intellectual salad bar. All right, you're choosing what you like from a particular author like Pliny the Elder, but you're disregarding the other stuff that he said. You know what I mean? You're holding him high esteem over here, and over here he's a lunatic and a tinfoil hat wearing, uneducated person or whatever. All right, so anyways, Marv. Hey, what's up, Marv? Thanks, man. I appreciate you. Vibes is awesome. Thank you. What's up? Good to see you. Get this work is in the chat. All right, I'm going to continue on with these quotes. And I'm just commenting, okay? This is just my thoughts. So they about this video where they sent the flat earthers to Antarctica, they said 4 flat earthers, their representatives. Now, this is another thing that I don't vibe with. Whenever people tell me who my representatives are, just because somebody else has a similar belief system or a similar worldview or whatever, that doesn't mean that they absolutely are like the ones that we all voted for to represent all of us. There's no president of flat earth. What are you thinking? Okay, we're all individual, independent, hopefully, researchers that are walking our very own paths, oftentimes blazing a trail. So you don't get to just scoop up a couple of flat earthers out of the probably millions, if I was to guess, that exist across the earth and say, oh, they represent whatever they think, whatever they feel, whatever their experiences are, that represents all you guys. No, it doesn't. Okay, and that's unfair for you to do that. Let's see. So here's another quote. He's talking about the academics that were on this trip, okay? And I'm just going to call them academics for now. We were very humble on the globe side, We were very humble. Are you serious? I have seen little to no videos ever of any academic mascot being humble when it comes to the concept of flat earth. I've met people in real life that have, basically like just met me, not knowing what my cosmology was, and even made jokes about flat earthers. I hope, as long as you don't believe that the earth is flat, or some garbage ass comment like that, okay? He says, we were very humble on the globe side. Well, maybe during your trip, you guys were cordial with one another. However, I've seen many of those participants and the people that went, and I've seen their videos in the past and afterwards, and they're trolls. Just plain and simple. They're just trolls. They're like they're, to use a metaphor, they remind me of like the stereotypical big dumb jock that picks on the little nerds that are playing Dungeons and Dragons or something, okay? That's their channels. That's their whole persona. That's their bread and butter. That's their money makers. You go and see these other guys who claim to be professors and science teachers and stuff like that, when really they're just talking heads like me on YouTube, okay? And I really, even if they had credentials, I would talk to you about credentials as well, okay, and the Wizard of Oz and stuff. But these people are anything, from my experience, from what I've seen, and specifically the people that were involved, they're anything but humble, okay? They go around calling so many different names. I'm going to give you some examples of how humble they are, all right? Or some of these people that, you know what I mean, really want to slam on the flat earthers. We were very humble on the globe side. We weren't rubbing it in their faces or anything like that. And yet, these people have done like, what, 20 videos since then, rubbing it in their faces effectively? You know what I mean? Here's the thing. In this day and age, right, when people are so open-minded and so politically correct and don't want to step on anyone's shoes for what they identify with or how they see the world or what's important to them or whatever, how are you going to let people get away with being intellectual bullies and basically just picking on and degrading, downplaying, dismissing, and so on and so forth, other people who have a different cosmological view, a different perspective, a different experience and reality? That's just their belief. That's how they see it so far. You know what I mean? How are you going to allow the world to be so free when it comes to that, but then you condone the intellectual bullying and picking on other people that just have a different perspective than you do, who see things differently than you do. You know what I mean? I don't condone that. And I don't see any humility, okay? And usually whenever people have to say that they're humble, usually to me indicates that they're not, all right? Humble and humbleness is a quality to me that brags in its doing, okay? It needs no, declaration, basically. And then they they keep talking about their model. They keep saying things like their model, them, they're barreling
Hey,
all
Seeking,
of the
welcome
people
in.
who have alternative
well.
cosmologies, flat earthers, concave, convex, whatever it may be. They're putting us all in one big barrel and saying, this is our model. This is the model. When I've seen, my experience is that most people have come right out and said, I don't know. I'm just using this for simplicity. Okay, I'm still researching. I'm still putting it together. But this is what we have so far, right? So I mean, don't get me wrong. There's other people out there that are flat earthers or whatever, alternative thinkers or whatever, that are just like the academics that I don't support. Okay, there's people out there that say globetard. There's people out there that put down academics when we were all a part of that system, and we wouldn't have enjoyed it if people put us down. Right? I don't support that either. Okay? There's what happened to philosophy. Why is it that people get ridiculed in this day and age for being philosophers, for exercising philosophical freedom to think and see things how they like and perform thought experiments and discuss their own findings and perspectives and stuff?
Agreed.
Now, don't get me wrong. There's a line to be drawn when people start going door to door and trying to push their beliefs onto you and tell you that you're doomed or you're a bad person or you're going to hell or you don't believe in my God or, whatever it may be. I don't like people pushing their beliefs or projecting them onto others. I like people having the freedom and exercising the freedom to discuss their opinions and their experiences freely, as long as it's done tactfully and out of kindness. You know what I mean? It just blows my mind that people do this kind of stuff and think that they're on the cool people side. Now let's talk about Professor Dave. Okay, as a human, just as a person, I never met this dude, but I don't like him. Like, he's got a terrible attitude, and it just irritates the crap out of me that he calls himself Professor. Okay, so let's talk about this Professor Dave. First and foremost, this dude has millions of subscribers. And his channel is a front for, I'm going to teach people science and academic things or whatever. You can come to my channel and learn things or whatever. When in reality, none of his subscribers, comparatively speaking to like his millions of subscribers, none of them watch any of his freaking teachings. You know what they all tune in to watch? When he starts slamming on and bringing gossip into everything and insulting flat earthers. That's how he makes his money. He's like a stand-up comedian against the flat earthers. He's a heckler. He's a troll against the flat earthers. That's his channel. Everything else is just pretend. It's pretense. It's to pretend like he's got some credibility whenever he does, a video with 1,200 views 5 years ago about hydrogen bombs or whatever it is. Nobody cares. Nobody's watching your crap when it comes to that. And I really don't like how this dude talks to people. Oh, what's up, Fawn? Hey, good to see you. We got Joe Wayne, who says, I love your spirit, brother. Your heart is pure. Been a follower for about 6 years now. God bless you. Well, thank you. Browsy, you and me both. Professor Dave brings... I know, man. I have to put myself in check and do like a self-diagnostic whenever the dude's name even comes up, okay? That's how toxic he is to me, personally, okay? So let me show you some examples here. All right. So these are some quotes from Professor Dave, and keep in mind the whole analogy of like the big dumb jock, picking on the nerds playing Dungeons and Dragons. This dude says the sun was circling above them, just like anyone who isn't a complete moron knew was going to happen. So basically, if you don't agree with his views or whatever, you're a complete moron. Wow, good job being a teacher. I can see why you're not in a school actually teaching other people, okay? Because they don't want people that talk like that to other humans, because some of us value things like respect.
Scotty's had enough. Scotty's had enough of Jay already. Sorry, I'm eating some toast. He's like, get him the out of here. Well, right, I've got some biblical trees, man. Right. Right, we'll switch it up a little. Got some Hangman 1128. He seems quite interesting. A lot of people, so we'll have a little look. See what he's got.
Because they always talk about strata. Strata is something like this. So strata could be what they call sediment. It could be up at an angle. It could be laid flat. But it's all just part of the tree, okay? So just remember that and retain that memory. But this would be kind of like what they would consider an unconformity. And people need to understand the size of these trees. Okay, so you need to retain that memory.
Oh, he's like the fake Professor Jack. So he's got like the beard, dark hair, sort of straight coming down. Really annoying character. Really, really annoying. The one that Dave Weiss had that debate with that time, and he weren't prepared for the questions. You remember that one? That Dave, Professor.
And when they talk about strata, you're going to see it throughout
Yannick,
this
how
video,
you doing?
and I pray that you watch it all because it's extremely important if you
I think
really
it might
want
be
to
in this
know and
end.
understand the truth. I explained
Actually,
strata.
Yannick,
It could be sediment, what they're
was
called
beginning to
sediment, which
freeze
is part of the
and
rings of
stuff.
the tree. It could be upright. But like you're going to see, you could see it in water. You could see it in areas that have high erosion. But if you could imagine this right here,
once you see him,
you're going to see.
I think once you see him, Jax, you'll go, oh yeah, that dude.
See this in the video that the water has worn between all the different rings and the fibers of the tree. Okay, and there's thousands of different ways these trees break down, but you have to understand.
I played it earlier, Tommy, but I'll play it again for you.
It can be
See
like
that?
this.
No problem.
Where the water has cut channels through all the fibers of the tree or the wood. It can be like this. Okay, it's really important to understand that. The strata, what they call, could be like this. But these are very small examples that I show you, okay? This could be strata. It could be laid down flat. It could be up at an angle. It could be horizontal, vertical. It's important to understand that.
Let's just play this for Tommy. I don't think Tommy was in earlier. Computer is struggling.
Hey, what's up, YouTube? How's everybody doing? You know, how long are you people gonna sit back and take this shit? You know, I've always been a nonconformist and a skeptic and a direct realist.
Okay, take
If I
care,
don't feel it to be
Jason.
true,
Have a good
I
one.
don't buy
I'll
it.
definitely take a look at that.
You know,
Paddington.
truth has been hijacked. We don't really know what is truth. You know, it's an inner knowing. And you may believe Jesus is truth, or the globe is truth. Truth is subjective and objective. Water will always seek its level, from the micro to the macro. A pressure cannot exist beside a vacuum. You know, they can't debunk that. They can't debunk those objective truths. Self-truths are subjective. We're all dazed and confused. Been dazed and confused since birth. Indoctrinated in the education system, in the media, politics, religion is the number one. They want you to believe that Jesus is the only way, the truth, and the light. Well, no, you are the only way, the truth, and the light. Can't be acquiescent all your life. Can't just accept the bullshit without protest. You have to speak up. speak out against this criminal, corrupt system and all the propaganda that's being promoted through even the flat earth community. We have new characters popping up on the scene daily, it seems. You can't remain acquiescent. You can't be content and discontent. You have to take action. Be an individual. We need a whole group of individuals. We don't need a community. We don't need these hug fests and these conferences. We just need people to be real and honest with themselves, intellectually honest with themselves, and that's the only way this is going to progress. You know, it's just it's muddy waters. It's not easy to jump off the bandwagon, but once you do, that's when life really begins. You know, because people lust over other people's lives and over other people and what other people have. You know, they all try to sell you something. I've made some changes in my life recently. You know, I'm not here to push my beliefs onto you. Believing in myself and knowing myself is what I strive for, and to be honest with you guys and myself. You can't just sit by and wait for shit to happen. You have to get active in some way. You know, we have this platform, use it. Make a video. There's been a lot of good channels popping up, a lot of good exposing videos, a lot of charlatans. So be careful what you wish for. You know, we're in the first stage of discovering this real reality. We can't have any maps or models propagated until we get full exploration. That's a fact. You know, otherwise you're in that same camp or group that the globe cult has lured us into for many generations.
I was instantly bored, even before I pressed play. Oh, that's Jack, that's hilarious.
So,
See Dave's name was Vincent
the
Ball.
final experiment.
You have to listen
Guys
to
in
him.
Earth.
Oh no! See him.
You serious?
Well, that's definitely shite.
I don't feel any emotion. I don't feel any spin. What I see above
He's been out for
supports
ages,
what I
isn't he,
think
old
I'm
Professor
standing on, and it in no way any visual proves this reality, but it's good evidence. You know, I've talked about this in a lot of my other videos, how the luminaries aren't quite what they say they are. And if you have the ability to use your own senses, you'll see that. You'll see the contradictions. Anyway, I'm doing all right. Things are going pretty good, and I just want to, you know, get the message out to people to stop being acquiescent or passive. Like, don't agree if you're discontent. You know, protest, and a good way to protest is get your voice out there, like I'm doing, and many others. I highly encourage you to use this platform to our benefit. Don't just be a follower. Be a doer. Anyway, peace. Take care, people. See you soon.
Oh, dang, what's happened? Take all badly.
Let me show you here, okay? So here's a set of rings.
Right, let me just up the let's see. It is going to be the last vid anyway we want, so I can take a chance. Yeah, that's better.
That is recognizable, okay? See that? Get a better overview. Okay, all this is the same. This could be a massive branch that's hundreds of feet in diameter. But this is not damaged, okay? This is recognizable. Okay? And then you come over here on this side and you see that they're all busted up and they're not in perfect line like this. And rings aren't always in perfect line like this. But you see when they get busted up what they look like, okay? And I'll show you from a side view. All that is right here that's all busted up, and all these pieces you see here are all ones used to look like that with the rings of the tree. Okay, is it making sense now? And they always split like that, okay? Vertically and horizontally. But I don't mean to repeat myself, but you see this here is recognizable and this here is not, okay? The rings are busted. And you'll see this in
man, you're welcome.
many examples.
Okay. This happens when I up the quality. My PC's about to give up.
Look at these rock layers. I don't know what they're called, strata, whatever they are, but really quite interesting patterns on the rocks.
Okay, we're just going through this video on each one. I'm going to have to start. Looks like. I'll go back down to. Right, last 30 guys. I'm going to play some music out. We go from evil. Go from evil Knievel.
Spitting to a beat made by lethal needles, struggling to keep it peaceful, doing drive-bys with finger guns and a beat-up regal, starting fights and making up moves like Steven Seagal, till I start to lose and I pull out the Magnum Research Deagle, turn you into Swiss cheese and make your t-shirt see-through, send you to the afterlife and let the Reaper keep you. You may have come here taken, but you might be leaving single. If your man jumps, then I'm a bust like Evil Knievel. I'm eating nasty bitches out with STDs and measles, till they wrap their legs around my head and start to squeeze like Kegels. They think that I'm a beg and plead and tell them please let me go, but little do they know professional. This is like the little league for me, ho. I'm creepier than peeping toms that like to peek through peepholes. I'm just looking for a freak bitch to beat my meatloaf. An emo who doesn't speak and keeps it on the D-low. So I don't gotta say bitch like Key and Peele. You must be out your fucking mind for thinking we could be close. I'm a machine running off gasoline and diesel. I don't give a fuck how many singles he or she sold. I've been kicking shit so fucking hard I need my sneakers resold. I empty magazines with rapid speed on beats and reload. You cast too weak to scrap with me, you need a secret cheat code. I defy gravity when I rap, my features seem to free float. All you see is my Adidas hovering past the trees and street posts. I speak from tall heights on top of peaks as steep as ski slopes. I tweak my neck from peeking down to try to see what's below. And if I stand up, I'll block the light and turn the day to night and have you searching for the sun like a scene from Nemo. I cast a shadow from the south when I release flows.
Gay rap banner. No, this is freestyle. This is like, he's good. Quite like that.
I'm only in it for the cream now. Give me
we got 60 bucks. Let's have a look at the vote poll.
I want my bank account to sound like a casino.
Oh wow. Did Duffy fail with the yeah, 88%. Yeah. It's a landslide. It's literally a landslide. 88%. The Duffy.
An easy free throw. I even bought a camera,
just give up, bro.
Myself, and I thought to myself, do I really want to fucking be like Sneeko or Aiden Ross or Kai Cenat or that little weakling neon, little nerdy fucking Urkel looking squeaky weasel? I don't think so. That ain't me, yo. I'ma stay right here and spit sick shit and keep it real.
Echo. Mandarin. Oh, hello, Amanda. How you doing? Hope you're well, Amanda. Isle of Wight.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, you don't.
Oh, this is keep forgetting this is FTV's Mortal Enemy.
That are bigger than you. While your husband and children are sent off to war, you hang up your flag, miss. Don't ask much more. You think your side is winning, but you don't know the score. There aren't peace in the east, we are the best in the west. We don't reason very well wearing bulletproof vests. It ain't money that's power, it's knowledge that's king. Better open your eyes, sir, they ain't the same thing. You don't have either, and that's why you're down. That ain't never gonna change while your head's in the ground.
I've got to do the flashing.
They don't want
you got to get the flashing done on your chimney, have you? Yeah, just a couple of bits of lead around it. Yeah, I used to do that, Amanda, actually. The dude taught me how to do it, the lead flashing down the side of chimneys. Yeah, they just cut little bits. It looks like a step. Put it in there, cement it in.
You going anywhere except 6 feet underground.
Hey, yo, Vinny. Hope you're well.
I believe in those dog-lying wolves on the screen. Whose words you believe in, whose pockets are green. While you're green with envy, you guess it's okay. Long as everybody else is getting stepped on the same way.
And the gully bits with the butterfly room. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, gotcha.
So they tax you and drug you and work you to death. They defeat you and cheat you until your last breath. Then they poison your body.
Maybe a like cut that job.
Then they pull on your strings.
Oh, you got leaking.
You think you make choices, but you're just last in line. They be churching you, schooling you, ruling you through, selling you, telling you it's good for you to do. They abuse you, confuse you, and use you each day. Then they paralyze you, sterilize you. That's how they
That come under the insurance?
Think you have freedom,
the roof?
you wake
500 quid job, yeah, it'd be quite expensive.
but still you play.
Roofers, they don't mess about.
Yes, you think you have freedom, but you wake up someday. There's just no way.
Can you claim that back, Amanda?
You think you have freedom, but you wake
That's what roofers are like, that man. Roofers are like that. Yeah, they're just full of it. They really are. I've done a few roofing jobs. I myself. Oh, I've worked with roofers, so yeah, I know what they're like. Oh, the landlady's paying for it. That's all right, then. That's not too bad. Another one quoted £2 grand. What for doing a bit of lead flashing? What for doing the lead around your chimney pipe and the gully? He's having a laugh. At 500, no, yeah, that sounds about right.
I saw on the Science Channel that everything has its own vibration. Everyone, and that's how you can break a glass. You have to hit that exact vibration really loud, so we could maybe shatter all the windows. We just have to know what vibration it's vibrating at.
I'm a roofer, so Martin knows. Oh, for scaffolding. Oh yeah, that old. We used to. My roofer used to have his own scaffolding. He used to have it just like a little tower that he could put up. He didn't charge people for it.
And he says no, and he sings every time the mic isn't there.
You don't need to let up. No, roofers don't know what they're doing. That's all they need. Scaffolding. What? Scaffolding. Ridiculous. Oh, I've had no coffee today, no sugar intake today. Completely on the lemon, back on the lemon and honey. I feel good for it, actually.
Gonna make some noise now. Woke up this morning, look around my old shoe. Nobody back out, and I walked through town. Woke up this morning, look around some shoe.
Yeah, my body's craving it, though. That's the crazy thing. My body's kind of craving the coffee and sugar. Every time I get craving, I'm just going to smoke a biff and drink some of that lemon. So hopefully that'll take it away.
Some people tell me these old were blues and bad. Well, some blues I know ever had, yeah. Some people tell me these were blues and bad. Well, so feeling now whatever had. He's got energy moving from his head down to his toe. My man can make himself now and where he goes.
I've got some tea, but no, I'm going to try and stay away from tea, coffee and sugar and milk. I think it's more the milk, actually. I'm not too sure. Milk and sugar. Yeah. I don't intake any Muller products whatsoever. No milk. No, because they do like, it's like they got the you got Muller rice as well, right? All the Muller rice stuff. I don't eat none of that stuff. Excellent. Big one. Putting coffee up the keister. I'm just going to cut it out completely, Chili. I'm just going to cut it out. I'm going to cut out milk, sugar and coffee. So I did cut them out, but I've just started buying them again and getting a bit partial to it now, so I need to cut it out. Shouldn't be taking sugar into my system anyway. So yeah, I've got to get it out. So yeah, it starts today. And normally when I'm doing these, I'm like every 20 minutes, and I'm just going to go and grab a drink, right? So I'm going to grab a coffee every time. So that's how many coffees I drink. So yeah, it's got to stop. Mary Mary and the Backyard Bros. Elroy on the drums. I was thinking, Del, if you need some extra income, if you need to get a bit more dough coming in, why don't you hire out the shed to Nachi? That's perfect. You could earn a killing out of him. He loves to live in sheds. You've got a shed there. It'd work perfect.
Thank you guys. Love you, Jim. Thank you.
She's really good, isn't she? Joanna Connor Band. Oh. He could make he could earn some serious cash there, right? We know that Nachi's parents are loaded, so bit of extra income. Could probably earn like 100, 200 a week out of that. Nachi be selling tacos in a week from Del. Del, we're joking. Joking, Del. Don't take it to heart.
I got the blue.
The joke's on Nachi, Del. In on you.
All I have to do is get to you, and then I feel just fine. I'm on a down, but not all the way.
I quit coffee about 6 months ago, a couple of weeks, then left it behind. Mellowed out, something that made it benefit. My eyesight got a little better. Thank you, Ron. Yeah, I'm going to give it up. I don't need it. Proven today so far, I don't need it. It's going to be a bit more expensive because I'm replacing sugar with honey. But this is like Manuka honey. It's like really, really high in vitamin C. So got that good added benefit there. Plus with the lemon, it's keeping everything at an alkaline level, right? So yeah, I'm just going to get it out of the system completely. Coffee, milk, sugar.
I got the blues, got it all so bad. When I think
Beta is for ketamine. Beta me.
You got the answer, and it makes me glad. When I feel that style, you give me rock and roll.
Actually,
You're so good.
Good one, Jenny.
The way you give, you're so good. You're the best there is.
Is he still doing shows with the Zesty one? Estrogen Z. Is he still doing shows with him? Does Estrogen Z still think he's the king of flat Earth, or is going to be pronounced the next big thing? In no one's listening. Zesty one, no one's listening. Want to see me stick 9-inch nails to one of these locally? Someone needs to be a Nachi put it on P Street. We get Territ on it. Get Territ on it. Territ makes great videos. Zestrogen, the zesty one, Z. Even the Eurovision Song Contest, which remember the bearded lady that won? Zesty is more feminine than that. Honestly, it's crazy. He looks like a female to male transition. I shouldn't do it. I shouldn't, but I don't care. Yeah, he looks like a female to male transitioner. If you shaved Zesty one's beard off, he'd look like. That's why Snatchy's got this like crush on him, right? Because Zesty's giving off them female vibes. So yeah, that's why Snatchy's so confused at the moment. So confused. He can't work out if the Zesty one's female or male. I'm sorry. Hannah, do a daily show with subs and God mods. Is Rick there? you, zesty one. Without you, zesty one. Zesty one can't be without. Vader can't live without the zesty one. Oh, zesty. Magic Vader can't live without the zesty one. Oh, zesty. Just a loveless magic Vader without zesty. Oh, zesty, zesty one, zesty, zesty, can't live without Snatchy Vader. Snatchy Vader loves the zesty one. He's the zesty one. Zesty, 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 couldn't see. Zesty, zesty. Oh, Snatchy can't live without the zesty one. Like this, let's stop being silly now. Let's stop being silly. Go to site. He's in there. Oh, Dale should just employ Nachi to take his place. Just live in that shed, like, forever. Dale could earn loads out of Snatchy, and he's coal miner's outfit. It's like one of those 1960s coal miner's outfit. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious, man. Like, I'm keeping. I don't like putting Nachi's face because it's not important enough, but on this, it's very special. That's hilarious, man. He's moved in already. Already there. Dale's already got him there. Dale's already got Nachi there in his shed. Oh gosh. FPV, man. But Nachi's already moved in at Dale's. See, he's got a little one of them porter beds, and them little portal, then you blow them up. Got one of these down on the floor down here with a little. He cooks all his food on this stove as well. He adapts. That's what Nachi's good at, adapting, right? He adapts to his environment. Blow up little bed. Oh, it's too funny. We have Nachi Cater. Very rare sight.
Hey Nino, you shot this? In the zone, finna write a poem right on my phone, on my own, trying to make it all alone, nigga, no. In here we got
She doing a non-stop 360-day stream on YouTube only to answer the second question.
finna write a poem right on my phone, on my own, trying to make it all alone, nigga, no.
It takes him 6 months to answer a question, honestly. As soon as I'm hearing Natchy, I'm looking at my watch. I'm just looking down like, walking. Jeez.
He got me high in the sky like a drone. Crush smoke clouds in the nighttime, get blown.
Did you pray today? Did you meditate? Is your chakras in line? Did you elevate? I'm a rebel, stuck on this level.
Literally have Natchy playing, right? You could go out into the kitchen, make yourself a nice drink, sit down, watch a bit of TV, have a biff or two. Your mate comes around, you have a little chat, go back and eat something else, then go back in there, and he's still on the same fucking question. I swear, that's what... He never gets to the point. Just get to the point, Natchy. That's all we want. That's all we ever want from you. If I go to hell, my hell is going to be put in a room with you, talking forever. That's going to be my hell. I swear that's going to be my hell.
Travel, I'm dancing with the devil every day. Hip hop, I'm doing this shit. I am, man. I dropped out of school for this shit. Peace, God, followed by a handshake. Incense burning, you can hear the wind break. After that bus stops for hip hop. I quit jobs for hip hop. What's today's?
Hey, thank you, Yannick. Thank you for coming in, Yannick. It's a pleasure, mate. It's a pleasure. Well, I've done my job. I've done my job for the day. Yannick's smiling, and that's all that matters.
Right on my phone.
Put a smile on your face.
Trying to make it all alone and get low. Inhale weed got me high in the sky like a drone. Crush smoke clouds in the nighttime, get blown. In the zone, finna write a poem right on my phone. On my own, trying to make it all alone and get known. Inhale weed got me high in the sky like a drone. Crush smoke clouds in the nighttime, get blown.
My thirst for this is quenched.
Hey BT, B Thomas is in the house. How you doing, B Thomas? Hope you're well.
Family, friends, cause till
Hope you're well. Good to see you.
Here's the praying that it's still gon' spin, and while it is, find the art in it, figuring out my part.
Log burner burning, but there's still a little nip in the air. Yeah.
Unless you want
it's kind of chilly.
This is not a game, and some of us is still playing. Needing to check in the real way, making it day to day. All we say is maintain. I swear to God, I'm here to thrive until I die. That's why I write, and what I miss in sight lives in the
seems only to ask questions, never answer.
Make it tangible. Careful when how I handle those dreams.
Well, he answers them, Ron, but it takes him 6 months to get through the whole answer.
Hope you listen to the vibe.
In the zone, finna write a poem right on my phone. On my own, try to make it all alone and get known. Inhale weed got me high in the sky like a drone. Crush smoke clouds in the nighttime, get blown. In the zone, finna write a poem right on my phone. On my own, trying to make it all alone and get known. Inhale weed got me high in the sky like a drone. Crush smoke clouds in the nighttime, get blown.
Me and hip hop are one and the same. When you speak on Detroit legends, you should mention my name. Whole city on fire, I was birthed in the flames. Came on the scene, waiting for the curtains to change. Reverse and deranged, my purpose was not certain, but came to me in dreams as I meditate on earthly remains. Feel the breeze, smoke trees, and dissolve in the pain. Backpacks and headphones kept a young guard sane. Vanguard paint on my unguard, we throw darts aimed at the minds of the lost. 85 in the rain, gotta save them sacred mathematics and gang signs. I changed lives, my big brother Bazaar helped change minds, and it's the vibe.
I quite like this actually.
Oh, y'all know what it is. It's that Compton-ish. Chevy lights, women you like, right? Hustle at night.
Abbey Square Mall. My house is the Abbey Square Mall. My house is the Abbey Square Mall. My house is the chicka. Yo,
Let's begin it like this, the definition of a rap flow. I'ma reinvent it like this, now what's that? Bust verse, a bust back, must trust, bust gas, must bust. A small time crook, I'm stealing your hubcaps. Ain't nothing for discussion, I'm crushing your dust and you're done. And when I'm busting the rough raps, the Bismarck. But is it a blizzard, is it a limit? Any crime you could name, I committed. I admitted I did it, lottery, gotta be in it to win it. I'm just a white boy, born in what blacks invented. But I'm the baddest, undefeated, beat it, believe it. Leaving you leaking, losing blood like an anemic. I'm rather conceited, rappers are comedic, heated, leaving you paraplegic. I'm undeniable, diabolical, biological warfare. Rugged, that raggedy bastard, his breath stank like he gargling with battery acid. Who would've figured me to be deadly? They never be ready to bury me, better be ready. Nobody better than me.
I'm feeling so groovy now. Rugged man's flow will fuck your whole head. I'm feeling so
Let's begin it like this, the definition of a rap flow. I'ma reinvent it like this.
I'm feeling so groovy now. Rugged man's flow will fuck your whole head. I'm feeling so
Let's begin it like this, the definition of a rap flow. I'ma reinvent it like this. Rugged man flow is uglier than blind dates. My mental is heavy like Heavy D and Chubb Rock combined weight.
Remembers Heavy D and Chubb Rock? I do. That's showing me age though.
I'm the king of the whole game. Putting rappers in hibernation, they're hiding away to retirement. They're racing. It's funny like a pie in the face and devastating. Made a mistake and you waiting, debating, facing your fate and creating, hating, raping, imitating, degrading, breaking your place and taking your safe and taking your paper, paying for faking. This is history in the making. But wait, spit at the cops, I'm resisting arrest. They wanna see me fry like a chicken wing in the breast. The truth is behind closed doors, I'm a bit of a sissy, singing love ballads to bitches like Lionel Richie. No joking, bragging and boasting, hoping to get close and approaching, poking, perping, imposing, potent poison, the potion, cooking the coke and cutting your throat, and opponent opposing, leaving you floating the ocean. You was a Leah rocking the boat and leaving you broken, get smoky the second that emotion explosion of flowing, overdosing the chosen.
I'm feeling so groovy now. Rugged man's flow will fuck your whole head. I'm feeling so groovy now.
Subtitles.
Definition of a rap flow. I'ma reinvent it like this.
I think I need them. I like rap.
Let's begin it like this, the definition of a rap flow. I'ma reinvent it like this. Yo, rat-a-tat, sporadic attack, panic, laying you down like crap-matic. You dissing, missing your fingertips, you crack addict. I had it, I'm back at it, the mathematic, bringing the black magic. I pack, hold up, let's slow it down with these raps. Let me catch my breath, let my brain relax. I'm so fly, I'm basically levitating. I'm in the Guinness Book, record breaking. Hit you with a chair like the World Wrestling Federation. I got a bad reputation. Doc wanna put me on a better medication. Cops hate me, harass me, interrogation. I'm dumb in the head, lack of education. That's enough. Wait a minute, I'm finished. I'm done with it. Yo, Swan, sing it.
I'm feeling so groovy now. Rugged man's flow will fuck your whole head. I'm feeling so
Let's begin it like this, the definition of a rap flow. I'ma reinvent it like this.
I'm feeling so groovy now. Rugged man's flow will fuck your whole head. I'm feeling so
Let's begin it like this, the definition of a rap flow. I'ma reinvent it like this. Albee Square Mall. My house is the Albee Square Mall. My house is the Albee Square Mall. My house is the Albee Square Mall.
My house is the Albee Square Mall. My house is the Albee Square Mall. My house is the Albee Square Mall. My house is the Albee Square Mall. My house is the Albee Square Mall. My house is the Albee Square Mall. My house is the Albee Square Mall.
Let's all go shopping. Go shopping. Go shopping. I think you're shopping. Let's all go shopping.
I can't believe we got through today without the computer conking out.
The greatest form of control is where you think you're free when you're being fundamentally manipulated and dictated to. One form of dictatorship is being in a prison cell and you can see the bars and touch it. The other one is sitting in a prison cell but you can't see the bar, you think you're free.
What the human race is suffering from is mass hypnosis. We are being hypnotized by people like this. Newsreaders, politicians, teachers, lecturers.
We are in a country and in a world that is...
I wonder if Blarkey still listens, Scotty.
Unbelievable.
I wonder if he still listens.
People.
You're listening, Blarkey. Hope you're well, man. I ain't seen him for probably a year, isn't it?
Enormous.
It's like we all know what's going down, but no one's saying shit what happened to the home of the brave. These motherfuckers, they controlling us now, and no one's talking about how they made us fight to be slaves. And everybody's just walking around, heading the clouds and wanna wake up to a dead in the grave. But then it's too late, we need to be ready to raise up. Welcome to the end of days.
Everybody is slaves, only some are aware that the government releasing poison in the air. That's the reason I collect so many guns in my lair. I ain't never caught slipping, never underprepared. Yeah, they shade sign on me, they just
sucks, man.
George Bush, the grandson of Alistair Crowley. They want you to believe the lie that the enemy's Saudi. The enemy ain't Saudi, the enemy.
Take care, Marty.
It's fluoride in the water, but nobody know that. It's also a prominent ingredient in Prozac. For real? How could any government...
Massive shout out to everyone that come in today. I know it's a Tuesday and don't have to be here, guys. So yeah, big shout out to everybody.
So that upon people who believe in political throwback. That's not all that I'm
here. Slow. Appreciate it. Move up. Laura, Steve Martin, Big Pine, Pete Thomas.
It's like we all know what's going down, but no one's saying shit what happened to the home of the brave. These motherfuckers, they controlling us now, and no one's talking about how they made these slaves. And everybody's just walking around, head in the clouds, I wanna wake up to a dead in the grave. But in this way, we need to be ready to raise up. Welcome to the end.
Whoever built the pyramids had knowledge of electrical power, and you know that that's the information that they suppress and devour. Who you think the motherfuckers that crashed in the tower? Who you think that made it turn into ash in an hour? The same ones that invaded your own, the ones that never told you about the skeletons on the moon. Yeah, the ones that poison all the food you consume, the ones that never told you about the Vesuvius tombs. The bird flu is a lie, the swan flu is a lie. Why would that even come as a surprise? Yeah, the beast has one. Cancer and it costs a lot of people their lives. Y'all know about Bohemian Grove, how the world leaders sacrificing children in robes. Lucifer is God in the public school system. I suggest you open up your ears.
Massive shout out to you guys. Vinny come in as well. I think Vinny in there. Right, cool guys.
Motherfuckers, they controlling us now, and no one's talking about how they made us modern day slaves. And everybody's just walking around, head in the clouds, and wanna wake up to a dead in the grave. But then it's too late, we need to be ready to raise up. Welcome to the end of days.
Yes, I'll see you guys same time Thursday, right?
Long box in the corner of the room. It is constantly telling us what to believe is real.
If you can persuade people that what they see with their eyes is what there is to see, you got them. Because they'll laugh in the face of an explanation that portrays the bigger picture of what's happening. And they have.
"25 years I've been on the force. I've seen every kind of sick, depraved act known to humanity. Still, when I see a black man walk by who has more money than me, I want to vomit my gizzards right into the gutter. But why? Maybe there is no reason. Maybe there's just a big blue ball out there that's mostly covered with water, and we're just going along for the ride."
DJ Ill Will.
Oh, this is Mo jiggling balls in your mouth all day, every day. Hey, you tuned in to Fuck What You Heard Radio, where you can stick a dick in your ear and shut the fuck up, bitch. But anyway, we got your new K-Dot record. I know you in traffic. Where you at, baby?
Down Rosecrans, 87 Regal, sipping on a gold can, gun tucked like the fetal position. Top dog coalition, coexisting with the coders, whoever quoted from California district. Been a corner like David Banner, I'm the owner of the marijuana aroma. You smelling, hit a donut, yelling, it's me, bitches. Who did it? I did it. Take them where they can't go, like Planet Venus, leaning like a mad scientist. Laboratory bottles of empty Heineken, telling stories about the ones that came before me. Chinaman squinting this eye because I'm blood.
To humanity, and still, when I see a black man walk by.
Here we are. Wait for it. Wait for everything to load up. So. There it is. Right, in the poll, 89%. That's gone up. It's gone up. Actually, 89 got smashed. Oh, Duffy's completely failed. Right, there you go. Can't believe I got There it is. All right, guys. Have a good day. I will see you Thursday. Till then, take care and have a good one. Be strong. Don't get triggered by these globey morons. I will see you then. Have a good one, guys.